Hello everyone, I am the Macabre. I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, please like the video and subscribe to the channel. Where are you from and what time are you watching now? Sit back and relax. The Night's Lament. Chapter 1. The First Whisper. The psychiatric hospital on the outskirts of the city had always had a dark reputation, surrounded by mystery and mistrust. No one dared approach at night, and the few who did assured that the air there had a strange weight, as if the walls were impregnated with suffering. When Marissa Monroe got the call, she could hardly imagine that this would be just the beginning of a nightmare beyond what she could have anticipated. One victim had been found in the morgue, and the details of his death only added to the tension in the air. The coroner waited for her in the cold morgue, the artificial light from fluorescents making the place seem even bleaker. "Here it is," he said, pointing with a slightly trembling hand at the body of a woman already completely stiff on the autopsy table. Marissa observed the scene carefully, but what struck her most was not the cause of death itself, but the victim's face. The expression on his face was one of absolute terror, his eyes wide, as if they had witnessed something inhuman before succumbing. Her skin seemed to have lost all color, and a cold sweat covered her. With a closer look, Marissa noticed something peculiar. In the victim's hand, clutched tightly, was a mobile phone. Something on that small screen caught his attention, and without a second thought, he picked it up to examine it. When he unlocked the phone, he found an audio recording, something that the victim had left behind before he died. Marissa listened to the contents, at first bewildered, but soon her face became serious. In the headphones, he could make out a distant sound, like a whisper muffled by the wind, but with an unsettling tone that seemed to echo in his mind. "Do you hear that?" murmured Marissa, as the coroner approached to listen to the recording. The sound was unmistakable. It was as if something, or someone, was whispering from the depths of darkness. A distant echo, barely perceptible, but clear enough to send a chill down the stomach of anyone who heard it. The recording lasted less than a minute, but the impact was immediate. Like a bad omen, Marissa felt that something was overflowing in the hospital, something she could not understand yet. The coroner, not daring to look her in the eye, murmured, "We've heard it before. It's not the first time we've encountered something like this." Marissa looked at him surprised. "What are you talking about? This sound? Is it repeated with other deaths?" he asked, his voice full of disbelief. The coroner nodded slowly, as if a shared nightmare had been haunting him for days. "We have called it El Lamento every time a victim appears. There is something in their face, something that accompanies them, like an invisible shadow. And after hearing that sound, it's all over," he explained. Marissa was silent. She couldn't believe her ears, but the palpable terror in the room forced her to take the coroner's words seriously. A whisper? Something that hunted the patients of the hospital without anyone being able to see it? As he went through the recording in his mind, something began to click. It was not a simple, isolated phenomenon. It was not an accident. Something much darker was happening. Something that connected the victims in a way I couldn't yet comprehend. The deaths were not natural. Something or someone was behind them. Determined to get more answers, Marissa began asking questions about the previous victims, but no one seemed to have a clear explanation. The medical staff was nervous, reluctant to talk. Something had them paralyzed, as if they knew it was too late to stop what was happening. The patients, for their part, became increasingly agitated, some completely terrified, others in a state of confusion, unable to remember what they had experienced. Marissa, unable to shake off the feeling that there was something much bigger at play, decided to investigate the hospital and its patients further. During his interviews, he noticed that many of them, although they showed signs of mental disorders, had something in common. They all spoke of a whisper that tormented them. Some even claimed to have heard him in their childhood. an ominous figure that haunted them through the years, without them being able to explain it. No one believed in them, but the most recent victims seemed to be confirming their worst fears. Marisa made her way to the staff break room, where psychiatrists were discussing the latest cases. The tension was palpable, and most of them avoided looking at her. In a corner, a trembling old nurse approached Marisa and whispered, "It's not right. No, it's okay. Lament always comes. Always." Marisa, her heart racing, tried to get more information, but the nurse simply walked away, repeating the same words, until her voice was lost in the bustle of the room. That night, as she returned to her apartment, Marisa couldn't stop thinking about what she had discovered. How was it possible that something so insidious was happening without anyone noticing it before? What was Elemento, and why was it stalking the patients of that hospital? Detective Monroe was not a superstitious person, but something in the air, something in the recording she had heard, told her that this time she was facing something that overflowed all logic. When she arrived at her apartment, Marisa sat down at her desk and began to go over all the details she had collected. The feeling that something was watching her enveloped her, as if someone was behind her. He looked around, but found only the shadows cast by the dim light of the lamp. A shiver ran down his spine, and for a moment, he thought he heard a whisper through the closed window. "It can't be," she told herself. But the echo in her mind seemed to linger, dragging her into the unknown. Detective Monroe knew the investigation wouldn't be easy, but something inside her told her she should continue. The evil that lurked in that hospital was real, and the deaths would not cease until the truth came to light. But the more she dug, the more she felt trapped in a web of terror that threatened to consume her. The whispers were no longer just a recording. They were there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the detective to go even deeper into the darkness of the lament. Chapter 2. The Victims of the Hospital. The psychiatric hospital, which had once been a simple place of rehabilitation for those suffering from mental disorders, had been transformed into a scene of horror. Marisa Monroe couldn't help but feel that, with every step she took into her hallways, the air grew heavier, as if the walls themselves were about to burst. Despite the authorities' attempts to reassure staff, the truth was undeniable. Something was happening there, and the patients' deaths were not mere coincidences. The dying patients seemed to be slowly losing their vitality, as if an invisible force was draining their energy. The process was not instantaneous, but gradual, and that made it even more terrifying. Marisa interviewed several of the hospital workers, but most of them showed clear signs of exhaustion. No one seemed to have clear answers, and the doctors preferred to avoid talking about what was really going on. The testimonies of the patients, however, were much more disturbing. Most spoke of a dark presence creeping through the hospital, an invisible shadow watching them, waiting for the right moment to attack them. One of the most recent patients, a man in his 40s named Hugo, was convinced that the hospital was a cursed place. "I feel it on my skin," she said in a broken voice. "I feel something consuming me, but I can't see it. I only hear whispers, and it's killing me." Marisa stared at him as he spoke, trying to find something logical in his words. But she knew he wasn't the only one who felt the same way. Other patients, especially those who had been hospitalized for long periods, also shared similar experiences. The conversations between them became increasingly fragmented, and their minds drifted into despair. In every corner of the hospital, there seemed to be echoes of anguish, as if fear had materialized in the walls. The patients' rooms were no different. The atmosphere in them was thick, and Marisa couldn't help but feel like they were being watched from the dark corners. In the medical records, he found more strange patterns. All the victims, before they died, had shown signs of extreme agitation and paranoia. Their bodies, though they bore no obvious physical markings, seemed empty, as if something had absorbed their life energy. But what was most puzzling was how often these patients mentioned a figure or a sound, the lament. Marisa spent hours researching the rooms and medical reports of the deceased patients, looking for an explanation that could link all the deaths. Initial reports spoke of malnutrition, physical and mental deterioration, but as she delved deeper, Marisa discovered something far more sinister. The last days of each patient were marked by an unsettling stillness. No one could understand how something as natural as life itself could fade away so quickly. Each of them, without exception, had only one thing in common: terror. They had felt indescribable fear just before they died. In the afternoon of that same day, Marisa received a call from the coroner, who had performed a new autopsy. The victim had died that morning, and like the previous ones, showed no signs of physical violence. However, something in the report caught Marisa's attention. The victims, it seemed, were not simply dying. Their bodies were decomposing in an unnatural way, as if they had been stripped of something essential, something that could not be explained by medical science. "This is not normal," the coroner said in a grave tone. "It is as if their souls are being ripped from them. Every time I examine them, I feel like something is lurking." Marisa decided to review the security camera footage, hoping to find some clue about what was happening in the hospital during the night. At first, the images looked normal: patients sleeping, medical staff making routine rounds. But as the night wore on, something strange began to happen. Through the cameras, Marisa could see shadows sliding down the corridors, blurred figures that seemed to disappear on the walls. Most disturbingly, the cameras didn't pick up sound, but in the darkness, patients seemed to be reacting, rising from their beds with blank stares, as if something was calling them. Marisa felt the pressure mounting, but she couldn't stop. There was something deeply disturbing about all of this, something that pushed her to keep going despite the fear. More and more people were dying, and all signs pointed to elemento. The detective began to wonder if there was any link between long-stay patients, all of whom were apparently immune to the lurking entity, and those who fell victim to the evil presence. There was something else, something I couldn't figure out. Meanwhile, the death toll was rising at an alarming rate. In her research, Marisa realized that there was something even darker than the figure of El Lamento: the existence of forgotten rituals within the hospital. Ancient records indicated that, years ago, during the construction of the building, strange ceremonies had been held in the basements, possibly in an attempt to seal something dangerous. The clues Marisa found pointed to a link between these practices and the current deaths. Had they unwittingly unleashed an evil that now lurked in every corner of the hospital? Each answer seemed to open up new questions, and Marisa felt that her research was dragging her deeper into the darkness. Detective Monroe spent the next few days going through all the files related to the hospital without rest. During the nights, the murmurs of the patients followed him in his dreams. At times, she would wake up with a start, the sound of a whisper echoing in her mind, as if someone was right behind her, waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves. On her visits to the hospital, she felt the pressure mounting, and the patients, though silent, looked at her with eyes full of fear and recognition. Many could not or would not speak, but they all shared the same empty expression. They knew what was happening, and they feared that the end was near. As the deaths continued, Marisa felt anxiety begin to take hold of her. I couldn't keep ignoring the obvious. There was something about that hospital, something that couldn't be explained. Every clue he found seemed to unravel in an even more complex tangle. Something was wrong in the bowels of that building, something that had been awakened and now lurked in every shadow, in every forgotten corner of the hospital. Chapter 3. Trail of Shadows. Marisa couldn't ignore the disturbing marks she had found on the victims. For weeks, autopsies had revealed strange lesions on the skin, deep marks that did not appear to have come from any physical tool. They were like invisible scars, unfolding beneath the surface of the epidermis, as if something was leaving its mark on their bodies. As he delved deeper into the investigation, forensics began to observe that those marks were not just superficial. They had a texture and shape that suggested that something had gone from the intangible to the physical, as if a shadow had left its mark on the flesh. At first, Marisa thought that perhaps it was a phenomenon related to extreme stress, paranoia, or even a hallucinogenic reaction to medication. But looking at the images under the microscope, the detective realized that the marks were not simply a product of the patient's minds. They were real, physical, and most disturbing. They seemed to correspond to the description that some of the survivors had given about the lament. The scars were jagged lines, as if someone had passed an invisible hand over the victim's skin, tearing their integrity apart in ways not visible to the naked eye. Marisa found herself increasingly caught in a web of mystery that seemed to have no end. Each new finding offered him more questions than answers. With the help of forensics, the detective began to analyze the marks more systematically. The lines did not follow a human pattern, but instead seemed to reflect a more abstract geometry, something that could have been left behind by a force or entity that could not be fully understood. This is not of this world," said the coroner, unable to hide his fear. Marisa knew that she was about to face something that escaped reason, something that overflowed any logical explanation. In her research, Marisa also noticed that patients' symptoms became stranger as the days went by. Some were beginning to show signs of extreme exhaustion, as if their life energy was being drained. Others, even more worrying, began to lose the ability to speak or move normally. It was as if something was controlling them, as if their bodies were mere empty shells, waiting for the moment to be absorbed by that entity lurking in the darkness. The murmurs among the patients became more and more desperate. Some spoke of shadows sliding down the walls, of voices whispering in their ears in the early morning, but no one believed them. As the deaths mounted, Marisa felt the pressure growing on her. Not only did she have to deal with patients, forensics, and medical staff, but also with her own fears. At night, when the silence was deepest, I would begin to hear those same whispers, those distant murmurs that seemed to float in the air like a mist. At first, she thought it was her mind playing tricks, that the anxiety and stress of research were getting to her. But she soon realized that the whispers were not only part of her thoughts, but seemed to come from outside, from the hospital itself. He decided to visit the oldest areas of the hospital, places that were never used, that were kept closed to patients and staff. There, among forgotten corridors and dusty rooms, Marisa found what appeared to be a secret entrance to the basement. The door was hidden behind a storage wall, and when the detective managed to open it, a stream of icy air enveloped it. The place was filled with humidity and darkness, and the walls were covered in strange symbols that Marisa had never seen before. They looked like old, almost ritualistic drawings, as if someone had tried to seal something in that place. The detective felt a chill run down her spine. With a gleam of understanding in her eyes, Marisa realized that the hospital was not only home to patients with mental disorders, but that at its foundation was something much darker, a past linked to forgotten rites and supernatural entities. As he explored, he came across a number of old files detailing the history of the hospital. In the yellowed pages, she found something that made her stop in her tracks. There were records of patients who, many years earlier, had suffered effects similar to those of today's victims. Reports spoke of horrific alterations in behavior, unexplained death, and in many cases disappearances. All the indications pointed to a single common factor: the presence of Elemento. Marisa, desperate to find an answer, began to investigate the origins of that entity. He discovered that the lament was not only a figure of local folklore, but a much older force, an entity that had manifested in various cultures over the centuries. The lament was said to be born out of the sufferings of a lost soul, doomed to wander through eternity, in search of those whose conscience was weak enough to hear it. The figure of the lament was formless, but his voice was enough to drag anyone into an endless nightmare. As Marisa delved deeper into the legends, she began to understand what was really going on at the hospital. Not only was lament stalking patients, but it was also interfering in the minds of those who, like her, were trying to understand it. Worst of all, The entity seemed to feed on fear, as if each victim was an offering that increased its power. Every mark on the patient's skin, every sign of physical and mental exhaustion, was but proof that Elemento was getting stronger, and that the hospital was the scene of a ritual that had never ended. Marissa, her heart racing, felt the truth slip through her fingers. If the hospital had been a place of sacrifices and dark rituals, if the lament had somehow been released, then the evil that lurked was not something that could be stopped by the sheer force of law. He needed something else. He had to understand how El Lamento had come into this world and what kept him tied to that hospital. If she did not do so soon, her own mind would begin to crack, and the same fate that awaited the patients might overtake her as well. The strange marks on the victim's skin seemed to be an imprint of that entity, as if the lament marked them to claim their souls when the time came. And Marisa couldn't stop thinking about one thing. She was being watched. I felt it in every step I took, in every dark corner of the hospital, as if El Lamento was waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. Something inside her was beginning to crack, and reality seemed to be slowly crumbling. However, he could not stop. He knew that, like patience, he had to face the darkness to find a way out. Chapter 4. The Origin of Lament. The wall clock in Marisa's office was striking midnight when she finally rested in her chair, looking at the old legends about the lament that she had collected throughout the day. The detective felt exhausted, but something inside her was driving her to continue investigating. There was a connection between all of this, something that was slowly unfolding before his eyes. The pieces of the puzzle were beginning to fall into place, but the answers she found were even scarier than the questions. What he had discovered about the lament was much darker than he had imagined. This entity was said to have existed since time immemorial, long before the hospital was even conceived. The legend spoke of a being who fed on the deepest fears, who lurked in the shadows and slipped between the cracks of reality. No one knew its true origin, but many believed that the lament was not simply a spirit or an entity. It was an ancient force, an echo of all the souls lost over the centuries. His power lay in the ability to invade human minds, dragging those who listened to him into an endless nightmare. The first mentions of El Lamento appeared in the city's ancient records, at a time when local tribes still lived in the area. It was said that each generation suffered the disappearance of several of its members, who fell prey to a shadow that led them to a destination of no return. No one could see the entity, but everyone felt its presence, like a chill running through their skin or a whisper in the dark. Victims were beginning to show signs of extreme exhaustion, as if they were slowly consumed by something they couldn't see or comprehend. The records spoke of an ancestral curse, and how shamans tried in vain to seal the being through rituals of protection. Marissa, absorbed in reading, discovered something even more disturbing. There was an ancient text that recounted how once, generations ago, the villagers had tried to fight the lament. In a desperate attempt to seal off the entity, secret rituals were carried out underground, in a place that, according to legend, was the same location as the current hospital. The text spoke of human sacrifices and ceremonies that, apparently, they failed to contain the being. Instead, the lament had broken free, and his presence had become permeated in the place. The construction of the hospital, decades later, had revived something that was destined to remain dormant. It was almost as if, by building that place, evil had been reactivated, taking possession of the souls of those who would dwell there. Marisa paused in that thought. If the lament had been lurking for so long, how could she, a mere detective, stop something so ancient and powerful? The answer, though difficult to accept, came in the form of a disturbing image he couldn't get out of his mind. The symbols he'd found in the basement of the hospital. Those ancient, strange symbols were not only rituals of protection, but also of invocation. That was the key. The construction of the hospital had not only reactivated the disease, He had created a door between the world of the living and the dead, a crack in reality through which lament could drag its victims. With this new revelation, Marisa felt how the weight of the truth crushed her. If the lament had not only been released, but also invoked, it meant that there was something or someone behind all of this. It wasn't just a curse or a vengeful spirit, but an entity that fed on human suffering and that, for some reason, had decided to awaken. The hospital, far from being a mere place of treatment, was now the center of a much larger conflict, one that threatened not only patients, but all who approached it. That night, Marisa couldn't sleep. The images of the ancient text kept dancing in his mind. I knew there was a price for investigating El Lamento. Something inside him told him that he had gone too far, that he was too close to the truth. He got up from his chair, opening the windows to breathe fresh air. But even the air seemed loaded with something. As she looked at the horizon, she felt as if the shadows of the city were watching her, as if the lament had begun to notice her. The feeling of being pursued, of being watched, became more and more palpable. But I couldn't back down. I couldn't let it go. He had to find a solution before it was too late. The next day, Marisa headed to the hospital with a firm determination to get answers. He knew that what he was about to do would not be easy, but he could not give up. The connection between the lament and the victims was clear. They had all fallen prey to the entity because of their fears that had weakened them until the lament could devour them. The detective knew that if she wanted to find a way to stop him, she had to face her own fears. Only by facing the unknown could he find the truth and perhaps save the next victims. During her tour of the hospital, Marisa noticed something strange. The patients who were still alive, those who had been in the place longer, seemed to be completely oblivious to the strange events happening around them. Hadn't the entity touched them yet? Or were they the real survivors? Something inside her prompted her to talk to some of them, to try to understand what they knew about El Lamento and how they had managed to stay safe. Some of the patients, though frightened, seemed to know more than they might suggest. However, fear was etched on their faces, and few dared to speak clearly. A woman who had been hospitalized for years, known as Amelia, began telling Marisa about the echoes she felt inside her head. "You hear it at first," he said in a trembling voice. "They are soft whispers, as if someone is next to you. But then they grow, they get stronger, until they rip your soul out. I listened to El Lamento before they brought me here, but he never left me. I feel that something protects me, something that is inside me." Marisa was silent, shocked by Amelia's words. It was as if the survivors had a connection to the entity, something that allowed them to resist its influence. Marisa didn't fully understand what Amelia meant, but there was something in her eyes that told her that the woman knew more than she seemed. It was as if all of the survivors in the hospital were bound to the lament, as if, for some reason, the entity couldn't completely consume them. At that moment, Marisa understood that the hospital was much more than a place of confinement. It was a battlefield between life and death, and she had just stepped into the very center of the conflict. Chapter 5. The echo of fear. As Marisa went deeper into the dark corridors of the hospital, she began to feel something strange and unknown stalking her. The murmurs of the patients not only filled the air, they felt like a palpable weight on his shoulders. He had grown accustomed to the blank stares and erratic behavior of some of the inmates, but something had changed in recent days. Long-time patients, those who had been in the hospital's care for years, had begun to behave in stranger, more disturbing ways. Some whispered names I didn't recognize. Others spoke of shadows moving on the walls and echoes in their minds, as if something had awakened within them. Most puzzlingly, no one could identify with certainty what was happening. The nurses talked quietly to each other, but avoided looking Marisa in the eye. They knew something wasn't right, but they couldn't figure out what. Some mentioned that patients spoke in whispers during the night, even though no one could hear anything, not even the slightest sound. For the most part, those murmurs seemed to be like a constant pressure in the air, something that bordered on the border between reality and nightmare. Marissa began to think that something inside that hospital had ceased to be natural. The very atmosphere seemed to be permeated with the echo of fear. One afternoon, after her conversation with Amelia, Marissa decided to visit the oldest cells in the hospital, those that had been closed for years. They were rooms without windows, sealed and forgotten. The air inside those cells was dense, as if no one had breathed there in decades. When she opened the door of the last cell, Marissa felt a rush of cold running down her back. The room was empty, but there was something in the atmosphere, something subtly unsettling. Suddenly, as if the air thickened around him, he began to hear what he could only describe as a distant whisper. The sound was low, unmistakable, and seemed to come from the walls themselves. "There is no escape. There is no escape," the voice said, although no one was there to utter those words. The detective stopped in her tracks. The whisper did not come from a patient or an identifiable source. It was as if the hospital itself was trying to communicate with her. Fear took hold of her chest, but she forced herself to keep going. Every step she took seemed to bring her closer to an abyss she couldn't comprehend. Marissa closed the cell door and hurried to leave the area, but the whisper persisted, echoing in her mind. Was it his imagination? Or was the hospital being possessed by something much darker? The next day, Marissa was confronted with another puzzling aspect of the case. Patients who had not yet succumbed to the shadows seemed to be seeing things that no one else could see. During a conversation with one of them, a middle-aged man named Robert, he began to speak with an eerie calm. "I see it," he murmured, staring into the void. "I hear it. It's here. Lament never goes away. It never leaves us. It's in the air, in the corners of this place. You've heard it. Everyone has heard it, and some don't know it anymore." Robert's gaze drifted to Marissa. "You've heard it too, haven't you? You feel it here in this place." He's waiting. The detective tried to ignore his words, but there was something in his tone that made her hesitate. Patients were being attacked by something much bigger than simple madness. The murmurs and whispers were not hallucinations, but a manifestation of the presence of the lament. Marissa understood that, in some way, El Lamento was permeating the entire hospital, both in the minds of the patients and in the building itself. But how was it possible that such an ancient and powerful entity could influence reality in such a way? What kind of power did he have to create such a dense atmosphere of terror? As the day progressed, Marissa began to receive more alarming reports. Medical staff had noticed that patients seemed to be losing their awareness of reality. Some stared at the walls, apparently listening to something that only they could hear. Others spoke in strange languages, languages that no one had taught in the hospital. It seemed that Lament was accomplishing something far more perverse than simply terrorizing patients. It was distorting their perceptions, plunging them into a reality where the tangible and the intangible were intertwined. During the night, Marissa couldn't help but feel the growing oppression of the place. The shadows seemed to lengthen as he moved through the empty corridors. Every corner was filled with strange echoes, and every closed door hid something that made her doubt. In one of the rooms, a lamp flickered with a dim light. Marissa, however, could not take her eyes off a dark corner of the room, where something or someone seemed to move imperceptibly. "Who's there?" he asked in a firm voice, but there was no answer. The room remained silent, but the murmurs were still there, floating in the air. That night, when she returned to her office, Marissa couldn't shake the feeling that something was stalking her. The words of the patients echoed in his mind, the constant whisper that seemed to emanate from the walls of the hospital. He's waiting, he thought. What was El Lamento waiting for? Why was he so interested in the patients at that particular hospital? Was there something else, a hidden purpose, behind the deaths and suffering that spread through the place? Marissa decided to make a radical decision. Instead of continuing to investigate from his desk, he prepared to spend the night in the hospital. I needed to understand what was happening within those walls, what was invading the minds of the patients, what was creating that suffocating atmosphere. I couldn't rely on patient testimonies or reports. She had to face the darkness for herself. Arriving back at the hospital, he headed straight for the area where the recent deaths had occurred. The room was empty, but the air was still charged with palpable tension. The detective walked down the hallway, and with each step she felt something slip behind her. Something was watching her. Suddenly, a faint whisper reached her, so close that it seemed to come straight from her ear. Fear is here, is waiting. Marisa stopped in her tracks. Her breathing quickened, but something inside her told her not to back down. He had to understand what was happening at any cost. Chapter 6. Shared Nightmares. That night, Marissa's dream was nothing more than an extension of the nightmare she had begun to live in the hospital. She woke up several times, drenched in sweat, with the echo of whispers in her mind, but she never managed to fully remember what she had dreamed. All she knew was that the shadows around her seemed to grow longer and longer, and feelings of cold and despair followed her even when she opened her eyes. Every corner of the hospital became more distorted, as if I was trapped in a dream from which I could not awaken. The shock of previous experiences had left her exhausted, and although she knew she had to rest, Marisa couldn't shake the feeling that El Lamento was closer than ever. The hospital, with its endless corridors, with the walls that seemed to murmur at night, had consumed her little by little. That feeling of being watched, of being caught in a spiral of terror, never went away. He no longer knew if the fear came from the hospital, or if the entity had begun to inhabit his own mind. The next day, Marisa decided that she had to do something drastic. I had to talk to the oldest patients, those who had been in the hospital for a long time, and who, somehow, were still alive despite everything. The doctors and medical staff seemed reluctant to allow her this interaction, but Marisa insisted. I knew that the only way to understand what was happening was to speak directly to those who had been in contact with El Lamento for the longest time. In his mind, something told him that these patients kept secrets that no one else could discover. In one of the farthest wards of the hospital, he found Evelyn, a woman in her 60s who had been hospitalized for more than 30 years. She was known for her strange behaviors and for talking about things that didn't exist. At first, the doctor had been skeptical, but she soon realized that Evelyn wasn't just talking about things she couldn't see, but she seemed to know details about the events of the hospital that no one else knew. He's coming, Evelyn said, her voice weak but clear. I can no longer escape, neither from him nor from whispers. Lament is within me. I've been hearing it for years, and T here is something else I can't remember. Marisa sat across from her, her mind restless. What do you hear, Evelyn? What does El Lamento tell you? He asked, trying to remain calm, although his voice betrayed a slight tension. Evelyn looked at her with piercing eyes, as if she were looking inside for something. You don't understand it, he whispered. No one does. Lament is not just a voice. It is a promise, a condemnation. It follows you, consumes you, makes you forget everything. And when you can't resist anymore, you'll be one of theirs. Marisa felt a chill run down her spine. She knew those words meant something much bigger, something she still didn't fully understand. Evelyn didn't seem to be in her right mind, but her words resonated in Marissa's mind like a warning. The detective knew she couldn't let fear paralyze her. He decided to dig deeper, to explore more deeply the connection between El Lamento and the history of the hospital. Over the next few hours, he scoured the forgotten files, looking for any clues that might shed more light on the patient's visions. Soon, he discovered a report from one of the hospital's first doctors, dated nearly a century ago. In that report, he spoke of a mysterious phenomenon in patients, a collective dream, a shared nightmare that led them to experience the same thing even those who had not had direct contact with each other. Marissa began to understand something fundamental. Lament did not only stalk people individually, its influence was able to spread through minds, to weave patients' nightmares together like invisible threads. Those who listened to him began to share the same vision, the same entity that slowly consumed them and eventually united them in a common destiny. The detective thought of recent reports of patients who spoke of seeing shadows moving in their rooms or hearing voices coming from empty corners. It all pointed to the same thing. The lament had found a way to transcend human individuality and was infiltrating the minds of everyone in the hospital. As Marissa digested this new information, something began to happen in the hospital. The patient's behavior intensified. Those who had been seemingly calm in the past few weeks were beginning to act erratically, speaking in whispers, staring into the void with fear in their eyes. Some of them, like Evelyn, said that they heard the lament getting closer and closer, that they could no longer ignore it. In Marissa's mind, fragments of the patient's stories began to come together like a disturbing puzzle. Lament not only fed on fear, but spread it. Once it began to envelop a person, that person became part of the network, an echo of the nightmares that were shared, multiplied. Marissa could not allow this to continue happening. He knew that if he didn't find a way to sever the connection between the victims and the lament, the hospital would become a battlefield from which no one could escape. But to do that, I had to understand how this phenomenon worked, how Elemento shared its visions and whispers among people. He then decided to meet with an expert on the subject, a psychiatrist who had been involved in the first studies on the effects of collective fear on human minds. However, this psychiatrist had been removed from the case due to his strange and radical theories, which spoke of the existence of entities such as the lament. The psychiatrist, a man of aged appearance and deeply tired eyes, agreed to speak with Marissa, although his expression was somber. "Everything you've been told about the lament is true," he told her, rubbing his head. "It is an entity that feeds on human fear, yes, but its true nature is much older and more powerful than you might imagine. It is not simply a nightmarish being, but a consciousness that is fed on human emotions for millennia. And when it is established in a place like this, it is able to connect people's minds through collective fear, extending its influence like a network." Marissa felt the weight of those words, as if suddenly everything she had lived until now made more sense. The psychiatrist continued, "The problem is not just that people hear their voice, but that they start sharing the same visions, the same nightmares. At some point, the lament can take full possession of a group, causing them to lose their identity. The hospital, with its isolation, is the perfect place for this to happen. They are all so close to each other, caught in the same nightmare. And you, Marissa, are starting to be part of that network." The detective felt terrified, but also more determined than ever to stop what was happening. He couldn't let that darkness take hold of everyone who was still left. That night, upon returning to her office, Marissa heard a whisper in her ear, one she knew wasn't a figment of her imagination. "The lament is in you, Marissa." The detective turned quickly, but no one was there. And yet the echo of fear was still there, stronger than ever. Chapter 7. The return of Marissa could not prevent her mind from constantly returning to the words of the psychiatrist. "Lament is in you." It was as if a heavy blanket of anxiety had begun to take over his mind, especially as night fell. Every time she turned off the lights in her office or walked the halls of the hospital, she felt something, an invisible presence, watching her. The echo of fear, like a lingering shadow, had clung to her, and though she didn't want to admit it, something inside her knew that she had begun to be part of that strange phenomenon. Was he becoming just another victim? Was there a way to break free from this insidious connection? Determined to find answers, Marissa turned to the local legends about Elemento. This time he was not satisfied with the superficial accounts of medical reports or informal chats with the staff. He immersed himself in the old folklore books, and stories passed down from generation to generation by the village's older inhabitants. In the darkest accounts, he discovered a terrifying truth. The lament was not simply an entity of terror, but a manifestation of a much older evil. The lament was said to have been invoked centuries ago by an ancient cult that practiced dark rituals in the region, seeking to gain power by invoking this entity. Even more disturbingly, the cult had performed its rituals inside what would later become the psychiatric hospital. Marissa felt how the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. All the suffering I'd seen in the hospital, the unexplained deaths, the whispers that no one could identify, it all seemed to be related to those ancient rituals. What I had at first considered mere coincidences now seemed to have a darker purpose. The patients at the hospital were not just innocent victims. Somehow, the hospital had been built on the ruins of an ancient evil, and that evil had never stopped lurking. He had been waiting for his chance, and now, with the patients trapped in their shared nightmares, the lament was feeding on them, growing stronger with each soul that was extinguished. The discovery was a hard blow for Marissa. Although there was no concrete evidence, the relationship between the hospital and the ancient rituals was beginning to take shape. He decided to talk to the hospital's director, a woman who had been extremely reluctant to talk about the site's past. She met Marissa in her office, a dark and almost oppressive space, as if the shadows of the place also consumed her. "You know what's going on, don't you?" asked Marissa directly, looking into her eyes. The principal hesitated for a moment before answering, clearly puzzled by the question. "I don't understand what you mean," he began, but his trembling tone betrayed his words. "This place, this hospital, it has a very dark history, and not everyone is ready to face it." Marissa didn't need more. The director's words confirmed her suspicions. The hospital had been built on an ancient sacrificial site. Although the principal did not offer her further details at the time, the detective understood that something more terrible was at play. If the lament had been summoned by a cult, it was likely that its power was not only tied to the current victims, but that the building itself harbored the essence of the evil that had created it. The energy in the hospital, that sense of oppression and terror, had been built up for generations, waiting for the right moment to break free. That same day, Marissa returned to the hospital, determined to find the key to stopping El Lamento. She knew she couldn't do it alone, but the doctors, nurses, and security personnel seemed increasingly oblivious to the gravity of what was happening. As I walked through the halls, the feeling of being watched increased. The shadows were longer than they should be. Even the light from the lamps flickered strangely, as if the hospital itself was aware of its presence. And then he heard it again. The whisper, "You are very close, Marissa. You can't go back anymore. The lament has already marked its path." Fear took over, but despite her growing anxiety, Marissa clenched her fists and kept going. When he arrived at the old therapy room, the one where the most questionable experiments had been carried out, he realized that there was something very different in the environment. The room seemed empty, but the walls, stained by the passage of time, seemed to emit a subtle vibration, as if the place were loaded with memories and trapped energies. He remembered Evelyn's words, "You carry it inside you, you can't escape." Was El Lamento already inside her? Or was it just a sensation created by the atmosphere of the hospital? Marissa wasn't sure, but something inside her was telling her that she should find a solution before it was too late. That's when he discovered a hidden door in one of the walls of the room, a door that had been locked for decades, records show. With a determined gesture, Marissa opened it. What he found beyond was unexpected, an ancient chamber of rituals, hidden in plain sight. It was full of arcane symbols, engraved on the walls and on the floor, which Marissa immediately recognized as part of the ancient rituals she had read about in folklore books. In the center of the room was a large, weathered stone, covered in dried blood marks. The detective bent down and touched the cold stones. He couldn't help but feel something moving in the air, something that wasn't human. Suddenly, the door to the room closed with a bang, and the light went out. In the darkness, Marisa could hear a whisper, one that no longer came from her mind alone. "You knew you'd have to face it, right? This is the end." The voice of the lament echoed through the chamber, echoing in every corner of his being. Marisa felt her heart pounding. It wasn't just an entity, it was a bond, a chain that bound together all those trapped in the hospital. An icy cry rose from the depths of his being. The hospital, the entity, the shadows, everything was beginning to take shape. The lament had been waiting for her, and now, finally, it had revealed itself in its entirety. However, something changed in Marisa. Instead of falling into despair, a silent fury began to grow within her. He knew he couldn't give up. If that ancient evil had the power to destroy so many souls, she must be stronger. The lament was back, but now Marisa would face it with everything she had. He would not be just another victim. Chapter 8. Lost Souls. Marisa found herself trapped in the darkness of the ritual chamber, the presence of the lament enveloping her completely. The air became dense, almost unbearable, as if the atmosphere itself were permeated with centuries of terror. The light flickered once more before fading completely, plunging the space into a deep, opaque blackness. Each breath grew harder, heavier, as a sense of despair took hold of his mind. But that's when she heard it, an unmistakable whisper that seemed to come from everywhere. "You have come to look for answers, but there is no time anymore. The souls I lost no longer belong to me. Now they belong to you." With a jump, Marisa reacted, feeling that the ground under her feet began to move, as if it were crumbling. She was caught up in something much bigger than herself, in a destiny that stretched far beyond her comprehension. The lament wasn't just stalking the hospital, it had been invoked from the very foundation of the place. The evil that had begun centuries ago had only bided its time, and now it was close to consuming her completely. The detective tried to stand her ground, but the walls of the chamber began to slowly close, as if they wanted to crush her. Despair threatened to break her. However, at that very instant, a terrifying image appeared in his mind. He remembered the victims, their faces disfigured by fear, their bodies consumed by the invisible force that Elemento unleashed. He remembered the whispers in the dark, Evelyn's words, the muffled screams that could be heard within the walls of the hospital. And something inside her, a spark of will that had not yet been extinguished, turned her fear into fury. "I am not one of your lost souls," Marisa murmured, her voice trembling but determined. "You are not going to get me." In the distance, in the gloom, something moved. A flicker of shadows, figures that seemed to whisper Marisa's name, calling her to an abyss from which she could not return. They were the lost souls, the patients who had fallen before her. The hospital had been her prison, and now, in their desperation, they were trying to drag her to her fate. Marisa felt how her feet faltered, how a part of her being wanted to give way, to follow those voices that called her. But she remembered Evelyn's words, "You can't forget it. You can't let yourself be consumed by them." He concentrated, took a deep breath, and began to walk towards the exit. Before I took another step, however, the camera resonated with a guttural sound, a roar that didn't belong to any human being. The lament had fully awakened, and Marisa felt it as a tangible presence around her. The entity, which had lurked for so long, was finally ready to claim its due. The shadow began to lengthen, enveloping Marisa in a deadly cold. But just as darkness completely surrounded her, something broke the spell. The connection to the lost souls that had begun to form faded, as if an invisible cord had been abruptly cut. Marisa ran out of the camera with renewed determination. Fear transformed into an irrepressible urge for survival. As she ran through the corridors of the hospital, the shadows seemed to grow closer, as if the hospital itself was coming to life, trying to catch her. Every step she took echoed in her ears, echoing the nightmares that had accompanied her all that time. The lament was closer, but something inside her told her not to stop. If he did, he would become another of the souls caught in his web, yet another victim who would fall under his influence. When she reached the lobby, Marisa paused for a moment, looking for a way out, a way to escape the nightmare. But the doors were closed. The windows offered nothing but distorted reflections of her own face, caught in an endless cycle of terror. And then, in the center of the room, she saw something that paralyzed her. An ancient mirror, covered by dust and cobwebs, reflecting the image of the lament. It was not just a physical reflection, but a mirror of the soul. Marisa saw for a moment her own image distorted by fear. But as she looked closer, she realized something that chilled her to the bone. In the reflection, she was surrounded by the same shadows she had seen in patients, lost souls, doomed to live inside that nightmare forever. The mirror began to creak, and from it emerged a tall, indistinct figure with empty eyes reflecting the darkness itself. The lament had taken shape before her. Marisa felt her body begin to freeze, her mind fighting against the desire to fall into despair. But something inside her, a spark of resistance, began to shine. "I won't be just another one," she said in a trembling but firm voice as she took a step back facing the entity. The shadow twisted, his empty eyes digging into it like daggers. "You are," whispered the voice that filled his mind. "You, like everyone else, have fallen into the trap. You are here, trapped, there is no escape." But Marisa, now clearer than ever, understood something vital. Lament could not exist without fear, without despair. He had managed to feed on the lost souls because they had given up. And she wasn't going to allow it. The lament could not devour her soul if she did not allow it. With each word she uttered, Marisa felt how the terror that enveloped her began to dissipate. The figure before her hesitated, as if that resistance had hit her. "What have you done?" whispered the shadow, unable to comprehend what was happening. "I've broken the cycle," Marisa said with renewed strength, as she began to move forward. "This is the end." The figure of the lament hesitated, and with one last cry disintegrated into a cloud of shadows and whispers, leaving only the cold darkness behind. But Marisa knew that this was not the end. He had won a battle, but the war was not over. The lament was still in the corridors of the hospital, lurking in the shadows. And although he had banished the entity from the ritual chamber, something told him that lost souls would not be released so easily. Marisa, more than ever, was willing to face what was left of that ancestral evil. But now she understood something crucial. The fight was not only against the entity, but also against the very nightmares that lived within it. Chapter 9. The Last Call. The calm that followed the confrontation with the lament was only temporary. Marisa found herself alone in the living room, the walls whispering fragments of words that seemed to crumble in thin air. The hospital, still weighed down with the presence of the evil that hung over it, seemed to be trapped in limbo. The lights flickered with eerie frequency, and the sound of their footsteps reverberated along the deserted corridors. Despite the apparent stillness, Marisa felt something moving in the darkness, lurking in the shadows that filled the space. The phone in her pocket vibrated with an unexpected intensity, interrupting the stillness that enveloped her. Marisa quickly pulled it out, a sense of urgency creeping in upon her as she saw the unknown number on the screen. When he picked up, a familiar but broken voice reached the other end of the line. "Marisa." The voice, though weak and breathy, made her stop. It wasn't Evelyn's, but she did recognize the fear in every word. He was one of the hospital's oldest patients, a man named David, who had been there for years. No one paid much attention to him, but Marisa had always considered him a sad and lost soul. "David, what's going on? Are you okay?" asked Marisa, her voice tinged with despair. There was a long silence before he answered. as if he was struggling to find the words. Number, I am not well, Marissa. It's here. I am sorry I can't escape it. The lament is back. And now he loves me too. Help me, please. David's voice faded into a sob, and Marissa, feeling time running out, pressed the phone tighter. He knew that something horrible was happening, that the lament had come back to haunt, this time in search of a final victim, and that David would be the last soul he would claim. David, listen, you have to resist. Think of something that will give you strength. Think about the people you love. Don't let El Lamento consume you. Marissa implored him, hoping that his words could break the connection that united him to the entity. But David did not answer. Instead, the line was filled with a static noise, followed by a low, almost inaudible whisper. It's too late. You don't have anyone anymore. I am the only thing left for you. The voice, which was now nothing more than a demonic whisper, slowly faded away, leaving Marissa with her heart racing and the phone in her hand. The call was abruptly cut off, but not before she heard something else, something that left her frozen, a distant sob, followed by a scream that rang in her ears, a scream of terror. The echo of David's scream did not stop ringing in his head, resounding with increasing intensity. Marissa knew something must be happening in the hospital. The lament was at its height, and David had become its last victim, a victim who, like the others, would probably no longer be among the living. I couldn't let that happen. He was no longer going to sit idly by as that evil spread, consuming all who approached. The detective had to find a solution, and she had to do it quickly. He got up with determination and began to walk steadily towards the area of the isolation rooms, where he knew David used to spend his days. The hospital, which once seemed like a cold and distant structure, now looked more like a hellish labyrinth, its walls pulsing with a strange energy. As he made his way through the dark corridors, a low sound began to fill the air. The sound of something dragging, crawling like a snake on the ground, approaching her with every step. The uneasiness in the atmosphere intensified, and Marissa realized that she was not only chasing El Lamento. Now, the entity was stalking her as well. Suddenly, something stopped her in her tracks. A shiver ran down her spine, and she could feel it, the weight of the evil around her. To his left, he saw a diffuse figure, barely visible through the dirty glass of a window. The figure of David. He was there, in his room, but something was not right. The man who had once been a frail and frightened patient now seemed to be standing, motionless, as if he were a puppet of invisible strings. His eyes, normally dull, now shone with a terrifying intensity, completely empty, like those of a possessed being. Marissa felt a knot in her stomach and cautiously approached the door of the room. Before he opened it, he took a deep breath and steeled himself, knowing that what he faced next would be far more dangerous than anything he had ever seen before. She pushed the door gently, and what she saw paralyzed her. David was standing in the middle of the room, but he was no longer the same man. His skin was pale, and his face was a mask of terror, as if he had seen something no one should see. The whispers of El Lamento filled the air, and Marissa felt the pressure on her chest. The man looked at her, and for an instant, something in his eyes seemed to recognize her, as if a fragment of her humanity was still there. Marissa. David's voice came out in a whisper, and the terror in it was palpable. Number, I don't know how much longer I can hold on. He's here, right behind me. I can't escape. Marissa stepped forward, taking his hand, and saw how his body trembled. It was then that he heard a low laugh, a sinister laugh that seemed to come from everywhere. The lament had taken shape, and now the man who was once David was only a shadow, an empty vessel for the entity that had possessed him. No, don't take it, shouted Marissa, trying to get David away from the entity, but it was too late. An icy wind began to swirl around the room, and the walls seemed to close in on it. David's screams were completely drowned out as an invisible force dragged him into the darkness. Marissa fought to keep him, but El Lamento was stronger. In one last desperate attempt, Marisa pulled with all her might, but David's fingers slipped as if made of steam. The entity claimed him, and in the blink of an eye, David disappeared into nothingness. Marisa, panting and completely defeated, fell to the ground. But before giving up, he looked down the corridor and saw a figure at the end of it. A man with a dark face and a twinkle in his eyes, who was staring at her. The lament wasn't done with her. The hospital was full of trapped souls, and the fighting was just beginning. Chapter 10. The final battle. Marisa had no time to lament. Every second he spent in that hospital was costing him more than just his sanity. The presence of El Lamento was not only trapping the souls of the victims, but it was transforming reality itself, blurring the boundaries between the tangible and the intangible. The atmosphere around him seemed to fade. The walls faded away like a thick fog, and the air became heavy with the echo of the voices of the dead. The figure at the end of the hall, watching her, began to slowly approach. The man, or what was left of him, had empty eyes, hollow like pits of despair. The lament had taken its form, and now it was advancing towards her with a macabre serenity. Marisa, drenched in cold sweat, strained herself up, the weight of what she had just witnessed in David's room still crushing it. I cannot allow any more souls to be swept away. I am not going to be another one, she told herself, repeating it like a mantra to convince herself that she still had strength. He knew that this matchup wasn't just a matter of physical strength. It was something much deeper, something that touched the darkest fibers of the human mind: fear, despair, and surrender. If she gave in to any of these, she would be lost, like all the victims who had crossed her path. The being in front of her, who was now no longer a man but a tangible shadow, was getting closer. Every step he took made the ground shake slightly, as if the hospital itself were feeling the weight of the entity. "You know you can't beat me, Marisa," El Lamento said, his voice a whisper seeping into his mind. "You have stood up to my power, but you are only a spark of light in an ocean of darkness. You can't escape your own fear." Marisa gritted her teeth and moved forward with determination. "I am not afraid of you. You are only an echo of what others fear, of what you have made them believe. You are nothing but an illusion, a lie that has gone on too long." The figure seemed to pause for a moment, as if Marisa's words had touched him somehow, but it was only for an instant. In the blink of an eye, the lament rushed towards her, and the room darkened even more, an abyss of darkness opening between them. Marisa felt her heart pounding, the pressure of fear beginning to take over her mind. But at that very moment he remembered the words of the victims, Evelyn's warnings. He remembered how he had managed to maintain his humanity in the face of terror, like a beacon that never goes out. She wouldn't be the next to fall, not as long as she had the will to fight. He closed his eyes for a second, and when he opened them, he saw clearly. She was not alone. The souls of the patients trapped in the hospital began to materialize around them, forming an invisible barrier. They did not want to be slaves to El Lamento. They wanted freedom. Light cannot survive without darkness, but darkness will never win if we don't let the light go out, Marisa said quietly, as she approached the center of the hallway. In his hands, he squeezed tightly the flashlight he had carried throughout the case, a source of light that now shone brighter than ever. The lament began to recoil before the glow, as if its own shadow was unable to withstand contact with the light. The figure stirred, but Marisa did not hesitate. "The souls you have stolen do not belong to you. Free yourself, and we will free everyone." The glow of the lantern seemed to undo the shadows surrounding the lament, each ray of light pushing the entity back. The walls began to shake violently, as if the hospital itself was resisting the battle. In her mind, Marisa felt the pressure of voices, the whispers of the dead, but she also heard something else, a distant, soft melody, a melody that was not of that world. The lantern shone even brighter, and for a moment, Marisa saw the victims of the lament not as shadows, but as transparent figures on the threshold of life and death. His eyes shone with gratitude. "It's time for them to rest in peace," Marisa said, and with a quick movement she threw the flashlight to the ground. The light burst into a blinding glare, filling the hallway with a pure glow that seemed to cut through everything, even the same time. The cry of El Lamento rang in her ears, a cacophony of despair. But in the center of the storm, Marisa stood her ground. He knew that the only way to destroy lament was to confront it with its very essence. Light, hope, human resistance in the face of the most primitive fear. In a last-ditch effort, Marisa reached out into the darkness, focusing all her energy on a single word. Freedom! The scream echoed throughout the hospital, and the shadows began to crumble, disintegrating like dust in the wind. The lament could not hold its form in the face of such purity. In an instant, the entity was gone, and with it, the shadows that had plagued the hospital for so long. The stillness that followed was almost unbearable, an absolute emptiness that filled the air. Marisa fell to her knees, exhausted, but feeling that she had finally fulfilled her purpose. The hospital seemed to be transforming before his eyes. Daylight began to filter through the broken windows, and the air became cleaner, less dense. The souls that had been trapped, though still on the threshold, no longer seemed restless. The victims of El Lamento could finally rest in peace. Marisa woke up, her body aching and her mind wobbly, but with a sense of satisfaction she had never experienced before. He had defeated the entity, but more importantly, he had freed the lost souls. Marisa's phone vibrated again, but this time the voice she heard on the other end of the line was different. It was his superior, informing him that the entire hospital was being closed and that the origin of the strange deaths was being investigated. But Marisa was no longer interested in that. He had achieved the impossible. The lament was gone. The battle was over. Chapter 1. The first Mark night had fallen upon the city with an eerie stillness, as if the air itself were holding its breath. The rain that began to fall without warning transformed the streets into distorted mirrors, and the lights of the city reflected in the puddles of water. It was not an ordinary day, nor any night. The body was found in a forgotten alley, near the border between the suburbs and the historic center. No one ventured into that part of town at that time, and so when the police received the call, the case was considered bizarre from the start. The body was there, on the pavement, but it was not the scene that was most shocking. It wasn't the blood that had been scattered around, nor the way the man seemed to have fallen, as if he were a rag doll that had been tossed up in a disorderly fashion. What was most striking was the hourglass lying on one side, perfectly placed, with the broken glass on one side, but empty, an hourglass without sand, as if man's life had been emptied with the same precision with which time slips through the fingers. Derek Spencer, the detective assigned to the case, watched the scene closely. The body was that of a middle-aged man in simple clothes, of ordinary appearance. There was nothing on his face to suggest a struggle. In fact, he seemed to be sleeping, as if the end of his life had come in peace, despite the obvious signs of violence. Next to the body, as a reminder of the transience of life, the hourglass rested, as a reminder that we are all doomed to a countdown. But there was something else, something disturbing, a message. The message was written in dark ink on the wall behind the corpse, almost compulsively. "Time is running out," it read, with letters that didn't quite line up, as if the words had been written quickly by someone who was rushing to say something important before it was too late. Spencer watched the words silently, unable to avoid an uncomfortable feeling that came over him. It wasn't just a threat, it was an enigma, a puzzle that overflowed with meaning, but there was no clear clue to its origin. The forensics began their work, and Spencer walked away to give them space. As he walked through the narrow alley, his mind began to wander. The empty hourglass. What did it mean? It didn't seem to be a simple accessory to the crime scene, something left to chance. That detail was too meticulously placed to be ignored. It was as if the killer was leaving a signature, a deliberate clue for someone who could understand it. But who could that someone be, and why? Soon after, the detective gathered the team and showed them the message. The idea that the killer might be playing with them began to take shape in his mind. In his experience, criminals left clues for them to discover, but never something so obvious, so direct. This message was different. It was not a simple message. It was a warning. But warning of what, exactly? Spencer knew he had to be cautious. The way everything was laid out, the body, the clock, the messages spoke of a much more elaborate plan than he had initially imagined. The hourglass seemed to be the only common ground at the crime scene. It was not a casual object, nor a possession lost by the victim. He was a symbol. A symbol of what? Spencer looked at the hourglass once more. In his mind, the pieces of the puzzle slowly began to fall into place, although there were still many gaps to be resolved. I knew that this was not a random death. Something else was happening here. Something slowly unfolding, like a clock ticking down every second with deadly accuracy. Meanwhile, the first investigations began to yield something curious. Although the man's identity had yet to be fully confirmed, traces on his clothing, the direction in which the corpse was located, and certain hidden details in his life were beginning to eerily align with a much larger story. It was as if, unknowingly, the man had been selected. Every part of the scene seemed to be connected by invisible threads, and Spencer couldn't help but think that the clues that were starting to come to light weren't just for him. There was someone else out there who knew the truth. The detective tried to move away from his growing uneasiness, focusing on the evidence. But the message, the empty hourglass, and the silence that hung over the city kept spinning in his head. What did the murderer mean? Why leave such a clear, direct message? If this was just another unsolved crime, I wouldn't be so baffled. But something about this scene told him that this was just the beginning. And soon, other empty hourglasses would appear, like a countdown to something much darker. As police collected more evidence and early news of the murder leaked to the media, Spencer had a feeling in her stomach that this was no ordinary crime. The hourglass wasn't just a macabre accessory, it was a brand. And those marks, he thought, were beginning to form a line connecting the threads of a much older story, a story that had been waiting to be told. That same night, Spencer returned to his office, where the case folder was waiting on his desk. When he opened it, he observed the photograph of the corpse, the hourglass, and the message on the wall. He didn't know yet what awaited him, but something inside him told him that the city would never be the same again. He couldn't help but think that this crime was related to something much bigger, something dark, something that had been dormant for years, and if he couldn't find out soon, maybe time would have already run out for all of them. Chapter 2. The shadow cult. Spencer couldn't shake the feeling that something didn't fit. Something dark and ancient was crouching in the shadows of the city, waiting for the truth to be revealed. That same afternoon, after a long day of interviews, the detective decided that he should take a step back and analyze the case from a different perspective. The hourglass, the message on the wall, the victims who seemed united by a common destiny. Everything indicated that there was something else at stake. It wasn't just a series of random deaths, but something deeper, something that had roots in the past. In his mind, the pieces were slowly starting to fall into place, but an essential connection was missing. In police files, Spencer discovered that all of the victims had some connection, albeit a weak one, to an ancient monastery that was located on the outskirts of the city. This monastery, known to locals as the Refuge of Shadows, had been abandoned more than 20 years ago, after a brutal murder that shook the community. Details about the crime were vague and full of contradictions, but what was clear was that the monastery had been the center of dark religious practices and rituals, apparently linked to a secret sect known as the shadows of the soul. The cult, according to unconfirmed rumors, worshipped a god that few dared to name. Spencer, feeling that all this had to do with the current deaths, decided to follow this lead. He began by researching the history of the monastery. According to official documents, the place had been founded in the 17th century by a group of monks who, according to the scriptures, had turned away from the main church due to their heterodox beliefs. As the years passed, the monastery gradually put aside its traditional Christian practices and began to adopt more esoteric rituals, including involving human sacrifice. Over time, an aura of mystery and fear was created in the region. The sect that operated in the monastery was known for its exclusive members, those who offered themselves as devotees to the cause without hesitation. At the center of it all was the spiritual leader, a priest named Elias. But what intrigued Spencer most were rumors about a murder that had occurred in the monastery more than 20 years ago, a crime that had shocked the community. A priest named Elias, who had been skeptical of the sect's practices, was brutally murdered while trying to escape. The story indicated that the priest, in his last attempt to flee, had been betrayed by those who once considered him their brother. According to local legends, Elias had been researching the cult and had uncovered dark secrets that threatened to destroy everything. His death was not only a murder, but an act that sealed the fate of the monastery and its inhabitants. However, no one knew for sure how it had happened, since all those involved in the crime disappeared shortly after that day. The connections between Elias's murder and the current deaths seemed undeniable. Spencer couldn't help but think that the cult of the shadows of the soul had not only been operating in the dark, but that its legacy was still alive, somehow, among the living. It was as if the past, the cult, and its victims were united by an unknown force. Elias's murder was not just an act of revenge, but a ritual that sealed the fate of all involved. Each victim, according to the information he had gathered, had been connected in some way to those events. The idea that someone was trying to complete what had been interrupted all those years ago became increasingly clear to him. The empty hourglass, the cryptic messages, and the deaths all pointed to a single conclusion. The cult, or at least its spirit, was still seeking justice. Determined to get answers, Spencer visited the abandoned monastery. The place was in ruins, with mossy walls and broken windows, but it still emanated an unsettling energy. The atmosphere was dense, and the wind that passed through the cracks in the walls brought with it echoes of old prayers and whispers that seemed never to go away. Spencer walked the halls cautiously, observing every corner. When he arrived at the altar, he saw a series of symbols engraved on the floor, many of which corresponded to the drawings he had found in the cult's archives. It was not only a place of worship, but a place marked by an ancestral evil that was still present, waiting to be released. In one of the farthest rooms of the monastery, Spencer found what looked like an old notebook. Leafing through it, he discovered a series of rituals, all written in an archaic language that he could not immediately identify. What caught his attention, however, was a page, more worn than the others, describing the sacrificial ritual that had been carried out to seal the spirit of an ancient god. The priest Elias, who had confronted the sect, had discovered that this god had not been expelled, but had been trapped inside the monastery, waiting to be released at the right time. Was this spirit seeking revenge now, more than 2 decades later? Was it possible that someone was trying to complete the failed ritual? As Spencer pondered the implications of this discovery, a shiver ran down his spine. He knew that the recent deaths were not just the product of a killer's madness, but of something much darker, much bigger. The cult of the shadows of the soul had not disappeared. Maybe I had never done it. The spirit of Elias, the priest who had been killed to prevent him from revealing the secrets of the cult, seemed to have left a mark on this world, and now someone was trying to complete it. Someone was looking for revenge, and he was willing to do it at any cost. Spencer left the monastery with the feeling that he had just discovered something much bigger than he had imagined. Every clue he had found, every detail he had followed, had led him to a single place, the sect that had existed there. The deaths were not just murders, but a sequence of acts meant to free a trapped spirit, one that had been sealed by a man's sacrifice more than 20 years ago. Spencer began to understand that victims were not just chosen at random. Each of them had been marked by a common link to the monastery's past. But one crucial question remained: who was behind all this? And why now? With this knowledge, the detective knew he had to move quickly. Time was against him, and the murderer, like the cult, had a purpose that had to be fulfilled. The pieces of the puzzle still fell into place, but Spencer felt like he was just the tip of the iceberg. There was something else, something even more terrible, lurking in the shadows, waiting to be revealed. Chapter 3. The Witness of the Past. The next morning, Spencer woke up with an unsettling sensation that he couldn't shake. The shadows of the night before, the revelations in the monastery, and the enigma surrounding the deaths haunted him, as if every clue, every thought, brought him closer to an abyss he could not yet fully comprehend. He knew that the answers he needed to solve the case were not to be found in forensics or police files, but in witnesses who had been silenced by time. The ancient inhabitants of the city, those who still remembered the legends and events that marked the end of the monastery, were the ones who possessed the keys. Among them, one stood out more than the others: an old man named Walter Horn, known to be one of the few who had witnessed the tragedy of the murder of the priest Elias. Walter Horn lived in a house on the outskirts of the city, surrounded by trees that seemed to lean towards the property, as if wishing to absorb the secrets it harbored. The house had an air of desolation, as if time had stopped there. The dusty windows reflected a dim light, and the silence that reigned in the place was only broken by the echoes of tired footsteps and distant whispers. When he arrived, Spencer felt a kind of tightness in his chest, as if the air were denser than in other parts of the city. It was evident that Walter Horn had lived too long in his memories, trapped in a past that no longer let him go. Opening the door, the detective found a frail-looking man, his face furrowed by deep wrinkles that spoke of years of suffering. Walter Horn was a man who, at first glance, seemed to have lived longer than his body could bear. His gaze was empty, but at the same time, intense, as if the weight of the years had endowed him with a wisdom that few could understand. "Who's looking for Walter Horn?" he said in a raspy voice, as if he was waiting for someone for a long time. Spencer, acknowledging the figure of the local legend, replied cautiously, "I am Detective Spencer. I need to talk to you about the monastery and the murder of Elijah." At the sound of Elias, a slight tremor ran through Walter's body. His eyes narrowed, and his mouth tightened into a thin line, as if he was facing a painful memory. "Elijah?" he murmured, "the last of the men who thought they could escape." Then, gesturing for Spencer to come closer, Walter led him into the living room, a gloomy and messy room, filled with books and objects that seemed to have been forgotten by time. The old man took a seat in a chair that creaked under his weight, and, with a tired look, began to speak. "The monastery," Walter began, "was not a place like any other. There was something dark seeping through the walls, something that couldn't be seen but could be felt. The people who went in there, those who stayed too long, began to change. They moved away from the city. They became stranger, more closed. And those who tried to leave, like Elias, ended up paying a very high price." The old man paused his story, as if words were hard for him to get out. Spencer watched in silence, knowing that this account was the key to understanding what had happened in the monastery. Walter continued, "Elias was different. He was not seduced by the dark charms of the sect. At first, he tried to fight them, but soon realized that there was something bigger at stake. the rituals, the shadows that hung over them. All of this had a purpose. The day he was killed, he had discovered something he shouldn't have known, something that even they didn't want him to know. Elias tried to escape, but the sect stopped him before he could get far. Was a sacrifice, an offering to seal the fate of all those who knew the secrets of the monastery. Walter dropped his gaze, and Spencer felt the atmosphere grow even heavier. The detective pressed gently. What secrets? What had Elias discovered? Walter leaned forward as if to make sure no one else heard his words. The cult, he whispered, didn't just worship a god. They were looking for something more. They wanted to release a spirit trapped within the monastery, a spirit that had been there since before the founding of the church. This spirit was the true leader of the sect. Elias discovered him, and when he tried to flee, they tried to kill him, but the sacrifice was not complete. The spirit was not released, and so, the monastery is still a cursed place. Spencer listened intently, but Walter's story left him even more confused. A trapped spirit? A being who wanted to be liberated? The pieces didn't quite fit, but I knew what the old man was saying was key. And what does all this have to do with the current deaths? Asked Spencer, interrupting Walter's narration. The old man slowly raised his gaze, and for the first time since he began to speak, his eyes showed a glimmer of clarity. The cult, or what's left of it, it is looking to complete what it started more than 20 years ago. They never forgot it. And the murderer, he added quietly, the murderer is trying to release that spirit so that he will take revenge. Every death, every victim is being chosen to seal fate, like an hourglass that slowly empties, one sacrifice after another. And you, detective, you are in the middle of the countdown. Walter's words echoed through Spencer's mind. Each victim, each empty hourglass, was a part of a ritual that had begun long before the detective arrived on the case. The thought that a spirit trapped in the monastery was behind the deaths disturbed him, but he knew that he could not dismiss what the old man had told him. Walter Horn had witnessed the events, and his memories, though dark and torn by time, seemed to be the only solid clue Spencer had. If all this was true, the murderer was not only looking for revenge, he was fulfilling a greater mission, an ancestral purpose. With a new determination, Spencer thanked Walter for his testimony and got up to leave. As he made his way towards the door, the old man stopped him for a moment. Remember, Walter said, time is running out for everyone. The spirit does not wait. Spencer left Walter's house with the feeling that time was not only running out for the victims, but for himself. The closer he got to the truth, the more dangerous the shadows around him became. Chapter 4. The Marks of Time. The truth about the monastery's past and the cult of the shadows of the soul was beginning to take shape in Spencer's mind, but each answer seemed to raise new, darker and more perplexing questions. He knew that time was not on his side. Every death, every empty hourglass left at crime scenes indicated that the killer wasn't just killing. He was following a meticulously structured plan, one that seemed to be related to the ancient ritual of releasing the spirit trapped in the monastery. Each victim represented a piece in that macabre puzzle, and Spencer had to figure out what the killer was looking for before it was too late. What baffled the detective most was the relationship between the hourglass and the victims. It wasn't a simple object left behind by the killer, but seemed to be a mark, a symbol of something much bigger. Why the hourglass? Why the absence of sand in each of the found? And most disturbing of all, why was the exact amount of sand related to each victim's life? Spencer couldn't help but think that the watch was more than a signature. It was a means of measuring something, the lifespan of the victims. But how would the murderer know how much time each one had left? The detective began examining the hourglasses for something else, something that might shed light on the pattern behind the deaths. With every clock found at crime scenes, not only was the sand absent, but the clocks appeared to have been deliberately placed, there was no disorder. There was no chaos. Each of them was carefully placed next to the corpses, as if it were a marker, a sign. In an attempt to understand the message behind these empty watches, Spencer began analyzing the victims' backgrounds. What he discovered was even more puzzling. Each of the people killed had a direct link to the monastery and to the events that occurred more than 20 years ago, when the priest Elias was murdered. But there was something else. Forensics found that the victims shared a specific pattern in their lives, a pattern that indicated they had been part of the same tragedy, albeit in different ways. Some had been members of the cult in its early years, others had witnessed what occurred, and some had simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time. However, they all had one thing in common. Each of them had been, directly or indirectly, involved in the murder of Elijah or in the dark secrets of the monastery. It was at this moment that Spencer understood the importance of time. Each victim had been marked by the past, and the hourglass was not only a symbol of death, but also a representation of the condemnation they had been carrying since that time. Each of those killed was paying the price for an ancient sin, a sin that had been sealed with the death of the priest Elijah. The killer, Spencer thought, was not only executing revenge, but was performing a ritual whose purpose was to complete what had been interrupted, to free the spirit trapped in the monastery. With this newfound understanding, Spencer realized that he must not only stop the killer, but also find a way to stop the ritual before it was too late. Each death, each victim, represented a step closer to the liberation of the spirit. And if the murderer managed to complete the cycle, the evil that had been sealed in the monastery could be unleashed upon the city. But there was something else that disturbed him deeply. The killer didn't just want revenge. There was a deeper purpose in his actions, a purpose that was beyond mere justice. The killer wanted to release something, and that, Spencer thought, wasn't something the city could bear. The detective went through autopsies and forensic reports again, looking for anything he might have missed. That's when he found something strange. In each of the victims, although the cause of death varied, stabbing, suffocation, poisoning, there was something in common: the marks. All the victims had symbols engraved on their bodies, symbols that coincided with those found in the monastery, those associated with the cult. These marks, according to coroners, were not normal scars, but ritual wounds, probably inflicted before death. It was as if the killer was making sure that each victim was completely marked before being sacrificed. Investigating these brands led Spencer to another disturbing revelation. The pattern on the symbols appeared to be a representation of an hourglass, but not an ordinary one. It was a clock with the sand contained, not empty. It was as if each of the victims was representing a fragment of time, a stage in the process of the liberation of the spirit. Spencer realized that each death was a piece in a larger timeline, a countdown that not only measured the lifespan of the victims, but the time until the spirit was released. And the killer, Spencer thought, was very close to completing the cycle. With this new understanding, Spencer decided that he must act quickly. He couldn't allow the killer to complete the ritual. To do this, he needed more information about symbols and their connection to the cult. But I also knew I couldn't do it alone. Time was running out. In his mind, the hourglass kept spinning, and every second that passed brought the city closer to catastrophe. There was a truth he had not yet discovered, a truth that would make him confront what had been brewing in the shadows of the monastery for centuries. That same night, Spencer met with the team and explained the importance of hourglasses and marks on victims. They all agreed that the killer was following a pattern with a clear purpose, but no one knew how close they were to the truth. The detective asked them to investigate all the ancient records about the cult and its rituals, looking for any clues that might give them an advantage. In the meantime, he himself would return to the monastery. He knew that time was running out, and that the assassin would not wait much longer to complete his mission. Chapter 5. The cursed priest Spencer's visit to the monastery that night was more than just an inspection. As he walked through the dark, crumbling structures, the shadows felt denser than ever, as if the place itself were alive, breathing, waiting for something. The feeling of oppression was almost unbearable. The walls, covered by decades of dampness and oblivion, seemed to whisper with echoes of ancient rituals and secrets kept deep within the earth. The detective no longer felt alone. At every step he felt something, or someone, watching him, lurking in the gloom. It was clear that the monastery had been a place marked by darkness, but now, with each revelation, it seemed that darkness had completely invaded it. What troubled Spencer most was the direct connection between the spirit of the priest Elias and the recent deaths. Everything indicated that Elias's death had not been just a sacrifice, but the starting point for something much bigger, something that had been accumulating over the years. The priest had been a man of faith, a man who tried to defy the cult and the dark rituals that took place in that very monastery. Upon discovering the truth, he was condemned, but his sacrifice had sealed a far worse fate, a fate that was now being fulfilled through the deaths that followed one another relentlessly. The murder of Elijah, according to ancient accounts, was not a simple act of violence, but a ritual that ushered in the release of something far more terrible, a vengeful spirit trapped in the monastery. The cult was said to have sealed the spirit of a dark being, an ancient god or demon, who had been condemned to live in that place as punishment for his own crimes. Elias had tried to escape, but he had been caught and sacrificed, disrupting the cult's ritual and leaving the creature trapped in a limbo between the world of the living and the dead. Now, with the deaths that were happening, it seemed that someone was trying to release that spirit, completing what Elias had prevented. Spencer went through the old scriptures he had found in the secret room of the monastery. The symbols, the rituals, everything seemed to be connected to the release of the spirit of a cursed god. The cult members, as mentioned in the records, were not mere worshippers, but servile bearers of a much darker mission, to bring back their leader, a being who had been cursed and whose liberation was directly related to the sacrifice of human lives. The idea that Elias's death was just the beginning of all this left a bitter taste in his mouth. Was the killer looking to complete the cycle? Was he killing the descendants, friends, and witnesses of the tragedy to free that dark being? Spencer couldn't help but think so. That's when he realized something chilling. The killer wasn't just following the ancient rules of the cult. He was looking for a more personal vengeance, as if the spirit of Elias was guiding his steps, as if Elias, from the other side, was using the murderer as a puppet to complete what he could not do in life. Every empty hourglass, every sacrificed victim, everything was related to the priest's desire for revenge. The ancient god trapped in the bowels of the monastery needed to be released, and the murder of Elijah had been only the first part of that liberation. Walking through the monastery, Spencer found a small chapel which seemed to have been hidden from the rest of the complex. At the altar, he saw something that left him cold, an antique hourglass, but instead of being empty, it was completely filled with sand. It was the only watch that seemed not to have been tampered with by the killer. Spencer felt a strange attraction to him, as if he were the epicenter of everything that was happening. As he approached, he noticed that sand was not common. It was dark, almost black in color, like sand from another world, charged with malevolent power. At that moment, he understood that the watch wasn't just there as a cult mark. It was a sign that something much darker was about to happen. The detective felt a chill run through his body when he understood that the hourglass was not only an object, but the last vestige of the ritual that had been interrupted. Elijah had been the sacrifice needed to seal the spirit, but the full hourglass indicated that time was about to run out. The killer wasn't just looking to avenge the priest's death. He was following the clues of the ancient rituals, fulfilling every stage of the process, and soon the hourglass would be completely emptied, marking the end of the cycle and the release of the trapped spirit. Spencer realized that the killer was on the verge of completing the ritual, and if he didn't stop this soon, the entire town could be in danger. With this newfound understanding, the detective returned to the police station, where he began to go over the victims' autopsies again. Something had been floating around in his mind, something he hadn't been able to put together until now. By studying the forensic reports, he realized that the deaths not only matched the pattern of monastery-related victims, but were also time-related. Each victim had died on a key date, dates that corresponded with certain events in Elias's life and his confrontation with the sect. The victims had not been chosen at random. Each of them had played a role in the sect's history, albeit indirectly. The killer had been waiting for the right moment to complete the ritual. Spencer understood that the killer was leaving clues at every crime scene. Each of the empty hourglasses and marks on the victims were not only signs of death, but points in time. Each murder represented a crucial stage in the liberation of the spirit. However, there was something the killer didn't know, or perhaps didn't want to understand. Elijah's sacrifice had not only sealed the spirit, but also triggered a curse. That curse had been the price of the god's deliverance, and his deliverance meant the end of everything. The detective understood that he had to not only stop the killer, but also prevent the last hourglass from being completely emptied. The priest Elijah, in his sacrifice, had sealed more than he thought. If the killer completed the ritual, he would not only free the spirit, but he would release an ancient evil that had been locked up for centuries. Spencer knew that the countdown had begun, and his only goal now was to prevent the hourglass from emptying completely, because once that happened, there would be no turning back. If he wanted to save the city, he had to stop the killer before the last piece of the puzzle was completed, before the clock was emptied forever. Chapter 6. The trapped soul. Spencer no longer felt that he was alone in the city. Something had changed inside him, a nagging feeling that the shadows were stalking him and that he couldn't escape them. The deeper he delved into the investigation, the deeper he plunged into a spiral of mystery and terror. The deaths, the victims, the empty hourglasses, everything seemed to be designed to release something much older and more sinister. The detective knew that the killer wasn't simply killing. I was fulfilling a mission. Every life that was lost, every fragment of time that evaporated, was a part of the ritual to release a spirit trapped in the monastery, one that had been condemned centuries ago. It was a spirit filled with anger and vengeance, and now it was feeding on the pain of the living. The investigation led him to discover a more disturbing detail. The killer was not only leaving the hourglasses empty, but also cryptic messages at each crime scene, words written in blood, which seemed to be the key to understanding the nature of the ritual. Sometimes sentences were incomplete, as if the words themselves vanished before they could be fully read. As the investigators tried to decipher the contents, they realized that the messages spoke not only of revenge, but also of liberation, as if the killer was communicating the need to finish what the priest Elias had started. The messages spoke of sacrifices, of trapped souls, of an evil that had been sealed, but was now seeking its freedom. Spencer began to understand the magnitude of what was happening. The spirit trapped in the monastery wasn't just a malevolent entity. It was a force that had been waiting for centuries to regain its power and vengeance. The priest Elijah had been the guardian of that spirit, the only one who had dared to challenge the cult and try to break the chain that held him captive. By murdering Elias, the cult had temporarily sealed the evil, but had left the door open for his return. Now, someone was following that same path, completing the ritual and slowly releasing the anger of the spirit. The victims were necessary sacrifices, each representing a direct connection to the cult, to the past, and to the murder of the priest. As Spencer delved into the details of the cult and ancient rituals, she began to connect the dots. He discovered that the liberation of the spirit depended not only on deaths, but on a series of specific steps that needed to be completed in order. Each murder was marked by an hourglass that indicated the time the killer had left to fulfill his part of the ritual. When the last victim was sacrificed, the spirit of the priest Elijah would be released, and with it, the cursed god who had been waiting for his chance to return. Spencer realized that each of the empty hourglasses represented the exhaustion of a deadline, like a countdown that was nearing its end. The detective decided to visit the old woman who had been living near the monastery again. She had witnessed the dark events that occurred 20 years ago, and she might have crucial information. The woman, once full of vitality, now seemed to be consumed by fear and the memory of the horrors of the past. When Spencer showed her the photographs of the victims, the elderly woman reacted with an intensity she had not shown before. His hands trembled at the sight of the images, and his face paled. Finally, after a long silence, the woman began to speak, but her words were interrupted by sobs and gasps, as if reliving the same fears that had marked her in her youth. The priest, Elias. He was doomed, but he never understood the scope of what he was facing, the old woman whispered, her eyes glazing over. The cult used him, but he thought he could save us all. He knew what they would do if they killed him. I knew that evil. It would never die. It would only change shape. The hourglass. The clock is his curse. Each death brings him closer to liberation. Spencer listened intently. What the woman said confirmed her suspicions. The killer was not only killing, but he was being guided by something else. The figure of Elias, his sacrifice, the hourglass. Everything fit into the puzzle. It was the sacrifice of lives that freed the spirit. The old woman also mentioned that the spirit of Elijah, although vengeful, did not wish for the death of everyone involved. He was caught between rage and the desire for justice, seeking revenge for his own death. The detective began to fear that he was too late. The killer was very close to completing the ritual, and if he didn't find a way to stop it, evil could be unleashed again. The entire town was on the brink of disaster, and Spencer realized that he was not just facing a serial killer, but a man who was committed to a much greater purpose. It wasn't just about revenge. It was about releasing an evil that had been sealed centuries ago. Spencer felt the shadows surround him more than ever. He knew that the killer was closer to the truth than he was, and that each moment lost only brought disaster closer. As he continued to investigate the connections between the victims, Spencer discovered something even more disturbing. There was a hidden pattern on the hourglasses. Although sand was absent in each of them, the detective began to notice a sequence in the positions of the clocks. At each crime scene, the hourglass was placed in a different place, but always according to a specific order. It was as if the killer was following a map that guided him to final liberation. Spencer compared the pattern to the old scriptures and cult diagrams. Finally, he discovered what he already feared. The place of the last death would be the same monastery where it had all begun. With this new information, Spencer decided that she must face the killer as soon as possible. He knew that the murderer was heading towards the monastery, as if everything was about to end at that point. Each step he took brought him closer to the truth, but it also brought him closer to the final confrontation with the killer. The detective mentally prepared himself for what could be the most dangerous confrontation of his career. Not only was he fighting to stop a killer, but to prevent an ancient evil that could consume everything from being unleashed. The city was no longer a safe place, and as it advanced, the hourglass continued to count, unstoppable. Chapter 7. The Return of Evil. The night in the monastery was darker than ever. Spencer could feel the tension in the air, as if everything was waiting for an inevitable outcome. The old structure of the monastery, now in ruins, seemed to breathe with a rhythm of its own. Every step he took on the dusty ground brought him closer to something he couldn't fully comprehend. I'd been here before, looking for clues, but this time it was different. This time I knew that the killer was close, following in the same tracks, getting closer and closer to completing the cycle. The walls of the monastery, with their symbols of old, seemed to whisper in a forgotten language, one that only the murderer understood, a language that was marking the end of everything. The killer wasn't just killing, he was liberating. Each death, each empty hourglass was not just a signature, but one more step towards what he considered a long-awaited justice. Spencer had understood that the killer saw his mission as a kind of redemption. The revenge for Elijah's sacrifice not only sought justice, but also sought to fulfill a greater will, to free the trapped spirit. It was clear that the cult, in its fervor, had left a door open. One sacrifice had sealed evil, but only another sacrifice could break that seal. Spencer was sure that the killer had no idea of the magnitude of the evil he was about to unleash, or perhaps he knew and wanted it. In the end, the detective could not afford to doubt. The final battle was about to begin. The first clue that confirmed that the killer was already inside was the eerie silence that dominated the monastery. It wasn't normal. The place, always full of echoes, had now been plunged into a deadly stillness. Spencer advanced cautiously, his breath ringing in his ears as he scanned every corner, looking for any hint of the killer's presence. The shadows seemed to move on their own, as if stretching toward him. I knew that time was running out. The last hourglass was about to be emptied, and if he didn't stop the killer now, everything would be unleashed. The spirit of Elias, already agitated by the previous murders, not only wanted revenge, he was asking for freedom. Finally, Spencer arrived at the old chapel, where he had found the hourglass full last time. This place, which had once been steeped in the despair of cultists, was now the epicenter of a battle between light and darkness. The chapel was empty, but the air was thick, as if darkness itself was waiting for a movement. The symbols on the walls seemed to glow faintly, as if they were taking on a life of their own. Spencer walked down the aisle, her gaze fixed on the floor, where something caught her eye. A new hourglass, this time completely empty, rested on the altar. There was no trace of the killer, but the clock was there, marking the end. The time had come. Suddenly, the air became colder, and Spencer heard a crack behind him. As he turned, he saw a figure emerging from the shadow. He was the murderer. His face, covered by a ceremonial mask, revealed nothing, but his presence was terrifying. It didn't take much to understand that this man wasn't acting on impulse. He was fulfilling a purpose, and that purpose was driving him to the brink of insanity. His hands, covered in blood, held a ceremonial knife, and his eyes shone with cold determination. The killer spoke, and his voice sounded like a low whisper. "You are too late, detective," the killer said, his tone almost reverent. "The wheel is already moving. The clock has come to an end, and evil will be set free." Elias didn't understand what he was doing when he tried to stop him. He was the first to be deceived. He believed that sacrifice would save everyone. But sacrifice only marks the beginning of judgment. And now, the last soul will be taken, and the cycle will be completed. Evil has been waiting. Spencer tensed, but she was undeterred. He knew he couldn't let that man finish what he had started. The killer seemed unperturbed, convinced that what he was doing was necessary. Spencer knew it wasn't going to be easy to stop him. Time was not only running for the killer, but also for him. If he failed to stop the ritual before the last sacrifice was performed, the evil would be released, and with it, a catastrophe that could end everything. The question was, how to deal with a man so obsessed with a destiny that even he didn't fully understand. The assassin stepped forward, and with each movement, he seemed to invoke an even deeper darkness. Spencer watched him, looking for some vulnerability, something he could use to stop him. It was then that he saw the empty hourglass on the altar. Without thinking, she rushed towards him, knowing that if the killer completed the ritual and left him there, the cycle would close and there would be no turning back. But the murderer, anticipating his movement, raised the knife and advanced towards him. The clash was imminent. Spencer dodged the first attack, but he knew he had to take control quickly. He was not only fighting for his life, but for the salvation of the entire city. The confrontation was fierce, with the killer displaying a strength that seemed superhuman, as if the obsession with unleashing evil had transformed him into something more than just a human being. But Spencer, with his experience and training, managed to disarm him in one swift move. But the killer did not give up. There was something in his eyes that made him even more dangerous. The conviction that he was doing the right thing, that his mission was about to be completed. Spencer needed more than just strength. I needed to stop the ritual. Finally, the detective pushed the killer back, just as the hourglass above the altar began to spin. The sand, which seemed to be petrified, began to fall slowly, as if time had stopped for a moment. Spencer looked on in despair. The murderer, although fallen, did not stop laughing, a macabre sound that filled the chapel. "The clock has already started," he said, with a crooked smile. "It's too late to stop it now." Quickly, Spencer walked over to the altar and, with a desperate movement, kicked the hourglass, causing it to fall to the ground with a bang. Sand began to spill throughout the chapel, while the murderer screamed madly. At that instant, the entire monastery seemed to tremble, as if the earth itself was reacting to the attempt to stop the ritual. Darkness seemed to rise from the walls, but Spencer, with his watch destroyed, knew he had taken the first step to avoid the worst. Chapter 8. The Countdown. The monastery trembled with a force that seemed to come from the depths of the earth. Spencer didn't know if the ground creaked under the weight of darkness, or if the very structure of the place was collapsing under the strain of what had happened. Shadows seemed to stretch toward him, slipping through cracks in the walls, as if evil itself was trying to escape the place that had held him captive for so long. The hourglass, now shattered, no longer indicated the countdown, but Spencer knew that the real danger was not over. Something much worse was to come, and time was running out fast. The killer lay on the ground, struggling to get up, but his gaze, more than full of rage, reflected the desperation of someone who knew that his mission had failed, even if he did not fully understand the consequences of it. "You've destroyed it," he murmured, his words raspy as if he were speaking from the depth of his being. "You don't know what you've done. The cycle is not over. The countdown continues." Spencer paid no attention to him. The killer was defeated, but the man's words left him uneasy. Something didn't add up. The fight was over, but evil did not seem willing to give way so easily. Spencer looked around, as if hoping to see something that might stop what was already being unleashed. The monastery, which seemed to be breathing with the darkness, seemed to be pulsing harder, as if preparing to release what had been contained for so long. The air became even denser, and the detective felt a cold sweat run down his back. I knew I couldn't stay there long, not only for his own safety, but because the killer's warnings could not be taken lightly. If there really was a countdown, then everything was about to culminate in a way far more dangerous than any physical confrontation. With the killer now pinned down, Spencer delved deeper into the monastery, searching for answers. The walls, covered with arcane symbols, seemed to be alive, as if the engravings were beginning to glow faintly under the influence of the evil that was being unleashed. At first, he thought it was just his imagination, but upon closer look, he could see that the marks on the walls seemed to move, expanding towards the ceiling and floor. They were like cracks opening up in reality itself, as if space and time were being distorted. The ancient temple was reacting to the release of evil, and Spencer knew that he couldn't stop it with his hands alone. However, what caught his attention was the altar. The stone was covered in blood, but in the center was something he hadn't noticed before, an opening, a space into which the broken hourglass had fallen, leaving an imprint on the surface. Spencer approached, and as he put his hand on the cold stone, he felt a vibration run through his body. Something was activating, as if a hidden mechanism was about to be set in motion. He looked around, looking for some sign, some clue that would tell him what to do next, but all he saw was darkness and chaos. It was then that he heard the whisper, a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. "There is no more time," he said. "The countdown has begun, and what has been released can only be stopped by one last sacrifice." The voice seemed to be inside his mind, as if the spirit trapped in the monastery was speaking through him. Spencer closed his eyes and concentrated, trying to clear his mind of the anxiety that invaded him. He knew he had to find a way to stop the release of evil, but the truth was that he had no idea how to do it. Each clue seemed to take him deeper into a labyrinth with no way out. The detective bent down and looked at the ground in front of the altar. On the stone, right where the hourglass had fallen, he noticed an inscription, a series of symbols that seemed to form a pattern. In desperation, he tried to remember everything he had learned about the cult and its rituals. Cultists believed that only through death and sacrifice could the soul trapped in the monastery be freed. He knew that Elias had tried to stop him, but if what the killer had said was true, if the countdown had not been stopped with the destruction of the hourglass, then there was something else that needed to be done. Anguish grew in his chest as shadows seemed to surround him. It was as if the monastery was catching him, as if the very walls wanted to close in on him. He looked at the murderer, who was still motionless on the ground, his eyes full of terror and despair. The man no longer seemed to have control over his destiny. His words about the countdown resonated in Spencer's mind. The countdown continues. Evil was not only seeking revenge, he was looking to complete a cycle that even Elias had not been able to break. The death of the priest had only been the first step. The final sacrifice, the last one, was yet to come, and Spencer knew that if he didn't find a solution, all would be lost. As his thoughts swirled in circles, an idea crossed his mind. What if the countdown wasn't related to hourglasses? What if, in some way, the cycle of evil was linked to the sacrifice of a life? Spencer looked around, trying to find some other clue. The inscriptions on the walls, the markings on the altar, everything seemed to be telling him the same thing. The ritual was incomplete, but the final sacrifice was yet to be made. It was as if destiny was written on the stones of the monastery, as if everything had been planned from the beginning. Suddenly, a piercing scream broke through the air, a scream that seemed to come from the depths of darkness. Spencer turned quickly, looking for the source of the sound, but saw nothing. The monastery was empty, and the atmosphere seemed even denser, as if the shadows were waiting for their next victim. I knew that the moment was coming, that the countdown was about to come to an end. And then, with a clarity that hit him like a wave, he understood what he had to do. Spencer turned around, quickly walked over to the altar, and placed his hands on the stone, feeling the vibration coursing through his body. I had to stop him. He couldn't let evil be released. He was the only one who could put an end to all this. Sacrifice, death, everything had to end now before evil consumed the city. Chapter 9. The final sacrifice. Spencer was barely breathing as his hands were held firmly on the cold stone of the altar. The vibration beneath his fingers increased, and a low, cavernous whisper crept into his ears, as if the earth itself were speaking to him. The symbols etched into the walls began to glow with a red glow, and shadows seemed to move, sliding down the corners of the monastery, as if evil was coming to life. Every muscle in his body tensed with the pressure of what he knew was about to happen. It was close. The final sacrifice was inevitable, but he did not know if he would be the one to carry it out, or if he would ultimately fall victim to it. A sense of dread came over him, and for a moment, he felt completely lost in the vastness of what he was facing. The murderer, still lying on the ground, began to laugh faintly, but there was something more to his laughter. It was not the laughter of a defeated man, but that of someone who had already fulfilled his mission and knew that nothing could stop the inevitable end. Spencer felt a surge of despair. Everything he had done, all the clues he had followed, had led him to this point. But the truth was that none of this mattered. The cycle was about to be completed. A shudder ran down his spine. Suddenly, everything around him seemed to become darker, as if the air itself was charged with evil energy. Spencer looked at the altar and saw a crack begin to form in the stone. It was as if the place was about to open, revealing what had been sealed for centuries. He knew what that meant. Evil was about to break free, and there was only one way to avoid it. Someone had to be sacrificed. The question was, who would do it? The sound of footsteps echoed in his ears, though he couldn't see anyone. It was as if an invisible force was surrounding him, trapping him in a trap he couldn't escape. The shadows widened, spreading across the walls, as a dark presence began to materialize in the room. Spencer realized, to her horror, that there was no way to escape. The door to evil was already open, and only a sacrifice could close it. What he still didn't know was what the price would be that he would have to pay. The shadows, moving along the walls, took shape, becoming dark, twisted figures, like echoes of the cultists who once inhabited the monastery. Their eyes shone with a spectral light, and their bodies were covered in strange markings, as if their flesh had been shaped by forces beyond human comprehension. They were the guardians of evil, the entities that protected the release of Elijah's vengeful spirit. Spencer felt his presence as a pressure in his chest. The spirits of the cult now rose, invoked by the impending end of the ritual. The murderer's voice echoed again in the darkness. "Do you think you can stop him, detective? Do you think what you are seeing now is real? This is just the beginning." The killer's laughter turned into a mournful echo, but Spencer was unaffected. He knew that if he didn't manage to stop him now, the whole city would be doomed. But how? What could he do in the face of those shadows, those creatures that now invaded the monastery? With a titanic effort, Spencer tried to calm his mind. He remembered everything he had learned during the investigation. The sacrifice, the cycle, the need for blood to close the portal. But he also recalled the warning of the witnesses, the story of the murdered priest. Elijah's death had been the last act of resistance against evil, but it had not been enough. There was something that had kept him trapped, something that had failed in the ritual. And now that something was back, stronger than ever. Suddenly, the altar began to glow with a blinding light. The crack in the stone opened wider, and a ghostly figure emerged from it, its ethereal body floating above the ground. It was Elijah, the murdered priest. But his face was distorted by suffering, and his eyes shone with an inhuman intensity. Spencer watched in horror, acknowledging that what had been an act of sacrifice had ended in a far greater tragedy. Elijah was not at peace. He had not been released. On the contrary, his spirit had been corrupted, and he was now doomed to serve as a conduit for the evil that would be unleashed. Elias raised his hand, pointing to Spencer, and the shadows around him stirred, preparing to attack. It was a force of nature, a pure energy of revenge that had been held back for far too long. The detective knew at that moment that only he could put an end to this. Only he could break the cycle, even if it meant sacrificing everything he knew. He knew his life was about to end, but he couldn't let the evil be released. He couldn't let everything that had happened be in vain. With a roar of determination, Spencer stood up and headed straight for Elias. The shadows tried to stop him, but with each step he took, they seemed to fade, as if evil feared what he represented. The detective understood what he had to do. He couldn't just destroy the murderer. He couldn't destroy evil like that. The only way to close the door, to stop what he had started, was to become the final sacrifice. And to do so, He had to offer himself, sealing his soul in the process. The cycle could not be completed without a lost life. With her heart pounding in her chest, Spencer walked over to the altar, where the shadows seemed to retreat before her determination. Without looking back, he stretched out his hands into the air, accepting his fate. Elias, as if acknowledging his decision, raised a hand, and a blinding light surrounded Spencer. The whole room trembled, and an icy wind blew from the depths of the monastery. The final sacrifice was about to be fulfilled, and with him, the cycle came to an end. Spencer had chosen, and his life would be the one that closed the door to evil. Chapter 10. The last clock. Darkness seemed to swallow the entire monastery as Spencer stood in the center of the altar, surrounded by a blinding light that consumed everything. His body vibrated with the pressure of the evil energy emanating from Elijah and the spirits that had been released. But, for a moment, everything stopped. Absolute silence filled the air, as if time itself had ceased to exist. Spencer looked down, noticing that a small hourglass had appeared in his hands. It was identical to those who had been present at the crime scenes, but this time it was not empty. Inside, the sand flowed slowly, but not steadily. It was as if time was being broken down, dragged into some unknown place. At first, Spencer didn't understand what was happening. He watched the sand fall, each grain skidding across the glass with frightening slowness. But suddenly, everything became clear. That sand was not just a marker of time, but the representation of the lives lost, the lives of those who had been sacrificed to keep the cycle of evil intact. Each of those clocks had represented a countdown, but now the last watch was in his hands. It was his life that was about to be measured by every grain of sand. But it was also their choice that would determine whether the cycle could finally close. If I destroyed the clock, I could destroy evil. If he left it untouched, the worst would be released. With growing determination, Spencer began to walk down the aisle. As he moved forward, shadows surrounded him, but they didn't feel so powerful anymore. He knew what he had to do, even if it meant losing himself in the process. The final sacrifice was not just a man's life, but an act of redemption for all who had fallen under the sex spell. Each of those deaths, each of those hourglasses, was a reminder of the cruelty of the cycle that had been repeating itself for so long. But now, the end of that cycle depended on only one thing: his decision. The light that enveloped him began to darken as he got closer to the altar. The figure of Elias was still floating, his face a mask of eternal pain. "You can't stop him," the figure whispered, his voice deep and resonant. "You've gone too far, detective. Evil has been invoked. The countdown has no end. What has begun can never end." Spencer didn't answer, not because he had nothing to say, but because every word of the cursed priest came with the weight of despair. He knew the truth behind her words, but he also understood that there was no other option. There was no turning back. Staring at the hourglass in her hands, Spencer stopped in front of the altar. The sand flowed relentlessly, and he felt a pressure in his chest, as if he was being sucked into the same evil that he had been trying to stop all this time. It was as if the entire monastery was waiting for him to make a decision. The dark energy surrounding him seemed to be out of control, as if the very walls of the monastery were crumbling. A cold, gut-wrenching wind blew through the cracks, but Spencer didn't move. He knew he had to do the right thing, even if it was at the cost of his own life. The hourglass flashed in his hands, as if responding to his will. The sand fell faster, accelerating its descent with each passing second. Spencer felt the weight of history repeating itself. Was he the real sacrifice? Or was there something else he needed to do to break the cycle? Suddenly, he remembered the words of the forensics and the cryptic message left at each crime scene. Each victim was marked by his past. The deaths were not only revenge, but a way to free a spirit that had been imprisoned in time, condemned to live in limbo for all eternity. But how could anyone release a spirit without becoming a part of that eternity? Shadows began to take shape around him, as if everything he had done, everything he had fought for, was in vain. The strength of the entities grew as the end of the countdown approached. Spencer no longer felt fear, only a cold calm that enveloped him. Suddenly, he heard a voice, soft but clear. It was Elias's, but now his tone was different, less charged with anger. "You can set me free," he whispered, "but that will only happen if you offer yourself completely, if you sacrifice who you are for what I have been." Spencer looked at the hourglass once more. The decision was clear, but the cost was incalculable. I was willing to do what was necessary, but I wasn't sure what it would be at the end of it all. The wind increased in intensity, and the light almost completely faded. The figure of Elias disintegrated, and the atmosphere was filled with unbearable pressure. Spencer raised the hourglass, watching as the last sand fell rapidly, marking the end of the cycle. There was no time to think anymore. The only way to close the door to evil was to offer oneself, to let the sacrifice be theirs. With a single glance at the altar, at the place where it had all begun, Spencer broke the clock. The sand spilled over the ground, and a wave of energy swept through the monastery. At that very instant, the ground began to shake, and the shadows faded away as if they were smoke in the sunlight. The entities that had tormented the place disintegrated, and stillness returned to the monastery. Spencer fell to his knees, exhausted from the effort and sacrifice he had just made. He knew that somehow he had achieved what he set out to do. He had closed the cycle. Evil would not be released, Elijah's spirit would no longer be trapped, and the city would be safe. However, a strange sensation invaded him. The peace he had felt for a moment disappeared, and a feeling of emptiness ran through him. The final sacrifice had not been a victory, but an irrevocable loss. Detective Spencer realized that the cost of his decision was not just his life, but his soul. He had saved the city, but at what a price? The door to evil was closed, but the door to his own redemption was farther away than ever. The altar of blood, Chapter 1. The sinister altar. The city had been calm for decades. In its streets, people crossed paths without haste. Businesses flourished and families lived peacefully. But that peace was broken that night. The body was found in a deactivated old church, a place that had been closed to worship many years ago. The structure, built in gray stone, seemed to stand the test of time. The broken windows and rusty doors gave it a desolate appearance, as if it had been completely forgotten by the inhabitants of the city. No one knew why the body had been left there. No one knew what dark purpose lay behind its location. When Anna Clark arrived at the scene, the image she found was something she could never have imagined. The corpse was on the altar, but not in a casual way. The victim's body was meticulously placed, his limbs arranged in a way that seemed to follow some sort of ritual pattern. The dead man's skin was marked with arcane symbols, strange runes that no one in the city had ever seen before. The blood, fresh and still dripping from the open wounds, formed strange figures on the floor of the church. Forensic experts said they had never seen anything so peculiar or so horrendous. Worst of all was the feeling that the place transmitted. The air, laden with moisture, seemed to weigh heavier than usual. An unsettling, almost palpable energy hung over the church. Although the storm was raging outside, inside that building the temperature seemed unusually cold, as if the place is not only physically desolate, but also spiritually abandoned. Anna felt a chill run down her spine as she stared at the altar of blood, an altar that was no longer simply a stone structure. It was now the epicenter of something much darker, a point of convergence for a ritual that clearly wasn't that of an ordinary sect. He approached the altar, observing every detail cautiously. The blood seemed to follow a meticulous pattern, as if someone had planned every drop that touched the ground. Around the corpse, black candles had been arranged in a perfect circle, and the fire that erupted from them cast shadows that danced frantically on the walls. Anna noticed that the walls, though dirty and covered in mold, showed inscriptions in an ancient language that she couldn't immediately recognize. It seemed that the place had been prepared well in advance. There were no signs of struggle on the body, suggesting that the victim had been subdued before his death. The precision of the wounds seemed almost ritualistic. A coroner, whom Anna had called to perform the preliminary examination, began to mumble under his breath. "This is not a simple murder. This is a sacrifice." His voice trembled as he examined the corpse. "The way he's laid out, the alignment of the symbols, this has nothing to do with a common crime." Anna nodded silently. "I couldn't stop thinking about the readings I had done about occult cults, about ancient rituals and cults that worship demons and other dark entities. But all that seemed too remote to him to be real, until now. This murder was not a coincidence." As the coroner and his team checked the place, Anna began to walk around the altar, feeling the tension grow with each step. Something was not right. The absolute silence of the place only accentuated the feeling that something dark and ancient was awakening in the shadows of that church. The atmosphere was dense, as if the church was waiting, anticipating something. However, what baffled the detective the most was the feeling of familiarity that enveloped her. Something inside her told her that this was not the first time that something like this had happened in this place, as if the church's past was claiming it. As he continued to watch, a figure emerged from the darkness, the local priest who had been summoned to the scene by the officers. His face was pale, as if he didn't want to be there, as if he knew that what had been done at that altar was not something he could understand. When she saw him, Anna noticed that he had a grave expression, as if fear took hold of him with every step he took. However, when he saw the symbols on the body and on the walls, his eyes widened. This is something bigger than just a sacrifice," he murmured, his voice trembling. "This is a message that we have not wanted to hear." As she spoke, Anna couldn't help but notice something the priest hadn't mentioned. The church had been closed for a long time. There was no way anyone could have walked in unseen, let alone perform such an elaborate ritual. The entrances to the church were blocked, the doors closed from the inside. No one except those with obscure and forbidden knowledge could have done such a thing undetected. That meant that someone within the city was involved in this macabre ritual. And the detective had a feeling that this someone wasn't just some unknown cult, but something much deeper, something that had been waiting for this moment for centuries. The priest, visibly disturbed, began to talk about the rumors that had circulated in the community for years. He had rarely mentioned stories about a forgotten cult, one that worshipped an ancient demon known as Belzura. According to legends, Belzura was a being of darkness who had been sealed by the church centuries ago, but there were followers who believed that his power could still be released. Anna listened intently, though every word filled her with a growing sense of discomfort. The priest mentioned that the church had been built on what was said to be an ancient shrine, a place where sacrifices were made and the devil was invoked. That night, as Anna left the church, she couldn't stop thinking about the scene she had witnessed. What kind of cult was capable of performing such a sacrifice? What kind of beings were behind this ritual massacre? And scariest of all, what did they want to accomplish with it? As the days passed, the case took on a darker dimension, and the detective began to suspect that what seemed like an isolated murder was actually the first step of something much more sinister, something the city could never have anticipated. The cult had begun, and the altar of blood was only the beginning. Anna Clark was trapped in a mystery that would lead her to discover terrifying truths about the city's past and about the dark forces that lurked in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to come to light. But there was something else, something that connected her with this evil that was beginning to awaken, and she did not know it yet. Chapter 2. The Occult Cult. The case of the deactivated church began to consume Anna's mind. For days, the images of the bloody altar, the body arranged with ritualistic precision, and the feeling of lingering darkness accompanied her. As she investigated further, she discovered that the murder was not an isolated incident, but was part of a series of unexplained deaths that had occurred in recent months. All of the victims had something terrifying in common. They had all previously been associated in some way with the church and, according to the clues he had collected, with the dark cult that had operated in the city in the past. No one in the community had witnessed these rituals, but whispers about the cult of Los Hijos de Belzura were already beginning to circulate. Anna soon found more information about this cult in the city's ancient archives. According to records, the Sons of Belzura had been an occult religious sect dating back centuries. Originally, they had been regarded as a radical branch of the church, accused of practicing forbidden rituals. But after a series of interventions by the official church, they disintegrated into the shadows, spreading across the country, and eventually fading from the collective memory. However, the information Anna found in the old archives suggested something far more disturbing. The cult had not died out. It had just been waiting for the right moment to resurface. The cult worshipped Belzura, a demon whose legend was shrouded in mystery. According to the earliest texts, Belzura was not only a being of darkness, but also a bringer of eternal darkness, capable of opening portals to other worlds, bringing with him demonic entities that could take over the human world. What terrified Anna most was that these rituals were not just acts of worship, they were calculated attempts to bring Belzura back to the physical world, freeing him from his ancestral prison. The cult had reportedly planned for centuries how to use soul sacrifice to break down the barriers between the human and demonic planes. The detective realized that the murders were not simple acts of violence, but steps in a chilling sequence to summon the demon. With this new information, Anna began investigating possible cult members who might be operating in the city. Despite their calm and peaceful appearance, many of the inhabitants had dark secrets. Several members of the local elite, including politicians and high-ranking businessmen, appeared to be linked in some way to the victims. The detective discovered that these individuals had ties to the deactivated church, and, although they were not officially connected to any cult, they had been involved in activities that gave them access to secret and hidden locations. Anna couldn't help but be baffled by the number of respectable people who seemed to be involved in what was clearly a satanic cult. Something even more sinister seemed to be happening in the shadows, something that wove a web that stretched beyond what he had imagined. In her research, Anna discovered a macabre pattern. Victims were not only selected for their connections to church or worship, but also for their social vulnerability. Those who lived on the margins of society, such as the destitute, alcoholics, or lonely people, seemed to be the main victims. This was part of a tradition of sacrifices that the cult had been perfecting for centuries. Belzura was said to require a pure sacrifice, a life that had not yet been polluted by the sin of the world. Anna began to realize that the choice of victims was not random. Each death was being orchestrated by the cult members who used the most dispossessed to fuel their evil. Somehow, the city had become the setting for this dark game. As she continued to unravel the cult, Anna began to receive threats. At first, they were anonymous calls, whispers on the phone that left clear indications that someone was watching his movements. Then they were anonymous letters left on his desk, some written in red ink that simulates blood. The message was clear. "We know what you are looking for, detective. It is not in your interest to continue digging." At first he thought it was just an attempt at intimidation, but he soon realized that someone very powerful within the city was determined to prevent him from finding out more about the cult. The threats were too specific to be mere empty warnings. Anna was beginning to feel the weight of the persecution, but she also knew that taking a step back was not an option. One day, after intense research, Anna managed to track down one of the key members of the cult, a man named Victor Harper, an influential businessman in the city. Harper was known for his charisma and his ability to manipulate the people around him. On the surface, he was nothing more than a respectable businessman, but Anna discovered that he had been involved in various suspicious activities for years. Most disturbing of all, Harper had been one of those responsible for the restoration of the deactivated church, a project that seemed to have been a perfect excuse to approach the darkest corners of the city and perform his rituals undetected. Anna decided to confront him directly, but she knew he was getting into dangerous territory. Upon arriving at Harper's mansion, Anna was greeted by a strange atmosphere. The house was full of arcane symbols, the same ones he had seen at the scene of the crime. The walls, decorated with images of demonic beings and ancient satanic rites, gave the feeling that he was entering the heart of the cult. Harper, when he saw her, showed no surprise. He knew that sooner or later, Anna would come to him, for he had been watching her from the beginning. Despite her calm demeanor, Anna sensed a gleam of arrogance in her eyes. He was used to controlling people, and for a moment the detective felt small in his presence. "You've been very busy, detective," Harper said with a smile that seemed not to touch her eyes. "But the here is something you don't understand. This is not just a cult, it's a revolution. We are about to awaken to a God who will change the world forever, and you will be an important piece in that change." Anna couldn't understand how someone could be so blind, so possessed by such an evil idea. But the worst came later, when Harper revealed a terrifying truth. She herself had been chosen as a sacrifice. His destiny, according to him, was intertwined with the cult and his mission. She had been selected, not only to unravel the mystery, but to be the last piece that would usher in Belzura's return. Terrified by the revelation, Anna began to realize that the city, her city, was being used as a chessboard in a game far larger than she had imagined. Every piece, every victim, every ritual had a purpose, and she, unknowingly, had been walking on the edge of a sharp sword. The investigation that had begun as a simple murder case had now placed her at the center of a conspiracy that could destroy everything. As she walked away from Harper's mansion, she couldn't stop thinking about the dark future that loomed over her. Chapter 3. The Devil at the Altar. After her encounter with Victor Harper, Anna couldn't help but feel trapped in a web of lies and darkness. The threats were not only becoming more direct, but also more personal. I wasn't dealing with a simple cult. He was facing an army of shadows willing to do anything to fulfill their purpose. The weight of the knowledge he now possessed about the intentions of the sons of Belzura was unbearable. The sacrifices, the church, the altar of blood. It was all part of a much larger plan that she couldn't fully understand. However, what worried her most was the discovery of the arcane symbols. Those same symbols, engraved on the skin of the victims and on the walls of the church, were linked to an ancient power, something that seemed older than time itself. Each clue pushed her closer to an abyss, from which she did not know if she could get out. It was in the early hours of that same day, when the forensics brought him the results of the analysis of the symbols found at the scene of the crime. The team had spent hours trying to decipher the inscriptions, which appeared to be made with precision that bordered on the supernatural. Finally, one of the city's ancient language experts had managed to identify the language. It was not a language used today, but belonged to a set of lost scriptures, known only to those who study the occult sciences. The symbols were part of a forbidden ritual of summoning, a type of calling for entities from other worlds to cross the boundaries of the physical plane. But even more terrifying was the fact that, in the midst of those symbols, Anna saw something that paralyzed her. A name, an ancient name, and full of power. Belzura. Al understood that the cult was trying to summon a demonic entity in her city, Anna felt the weight of despair. The thought of shadows being about to cross over into the human world was almost unbearable. As the investigation progressed, the detective began to notice clearer patterns in the murders. Each victim had been carefully chosen, and the precision of the rituals was chilling. It was not only a sacrifice in which people's lives were offered, but a meticulous process that aimed to open a portal between the worlds. What baffled Anna the most was the presence of an altar in each murder scene, an altar that seemed to resonate with a dark energy, as if the church itself was feeling what was happening inside. The fact that the murders occurred precisely in the deactivated church could no longer be ignored. There was something deeply sinister about that place. Anna began to suspect that it was not only a physical space, but that the church itself was a point of convergence between the worlds. Meanwhile, the city remained oblivious to imminent danger. People went on with their lives as if nothing had changed, but Anna knew that evil was already infiltrating, that the darkness that the sons of Belzura brought with them was opening cracks in reality itself. The detective began tracing the connections between the victims and the cult members, but realized that many of them held positions of power in society. This cult was not just a group of isolated fanatics, but a deep and dangerous network operating in the shadows. Anna went through the records of the missing cults, looking for any information on how these rituals might be completed. It was in those old documents that he found a shocking tale, the story of a final sacrifice that would allow Belzura to take physical form in this world. The key to everything lay in the ultimate sacrifice, a sacrifice whose goal was to break the last barrier between the devil and humanity. This sacrifice was to be performed on an altar of blood, where the sacrifice was to be accompanied by a specific invocation to open the portal. Anna couldn't help but think that the cult was already close to achieving its goal, and that her role in all of this had only begun. With each piece of the puzzle he found, the sense of urgency grew. The victims had been sacrificed in a precise way. Each death had its purpose in the ritual. Not only was the city in danger, but Anna herself was being dragged into a macabre game from which she could not escape. He decided to return to the deactivated church, not only to investigate further, but also to confront the truth that was eluding him. Something in the air told him that there, in that place, he would find more answers. What the detective didn't know, however, was that the church was ready to receive her, that the shadows that had begun to haunt her were already waiting for her. That night, when Anna arrived at the church, she realized that something had changed. The atmosphere was even denser than before. The shadows cast on the walls seemed to move on their own, as if something was guiding them. As she approached the altar, Anna saw that the symbols on the stone had begun to glow with a faint glow, as if the church itself was coming to life. Without a second thought, Anna walked down the aisle. Her footsteps echoed on the floor, but what surprised her was that she was not alone. In the center of the church, under the flickering light of candles, he saw a hooded figure, dressed in dark robes. His presence was imbued with a cold and dense energy, as if it were the very essence of evil. The figure slowly turned towards her, and Anna felt a chill run through her body. "What are you looking for, detective?" The voice, though soft, had a deep, resonant tone, as if it came from the bowels of the earth itself. Anna, despite the fear that gripped her, stood her ground. "I am going to stop this, no matter what it takes," he replied in a trembling voice. The figure smiled. "It's too late to stop what has already begun," he said. And with those words, a blast of dark energy flooded the church. At that instant, the symbols on the walls began to glow brightly, and the air was charged with an ominous vibration. Anna felt a thump in her chest, as if reality itself was warping around her. Before he could react, the figure disappeared into the shadows, leaving behind an ominous silence. The detective looked at the altar and, for a moment, thought she saw a crack in the floor, a crack that was slowly expanding. The church was changing. the portal was being opened. Anna understood that she was on the edge of a precipice, that the cult had already crossed the line, and that Belzura's return was imminent. However, something inside her drove her to keep fighting. He knew that there was still an opportunity, one last chance, to avoid the disaster that was coming. But time was running out. Chapter 4. Bloody Rites. The following days were a nightmare for Anna. The feeling of being watched never went away, and every time she looked into the shadows of the city, she felt like something was stalking her. The words of the hooded figure echoed in his mind. It's too late to stop what has begun. While the city remained oblivious to the chaos that was brewing in its bowels, Anna felt that the only way to buy time was to fully understand the purpose behind the sacrifices. He knew that every death had a purpose, but what followed? How could I stop him before everything overflowed? The church, the altar, the symbols, they were pieces that connected to each other, but the key piece was still missing. There was only one way to find out, to delve deeper into the rites themselves. One night, while going through ancient occult texts about demonic cults and dark rituals, Anna found something that ran cold in her blood. In an ancient grimoire, he recounted a fundamental detail about the sacrifices that the cult performed. Each one was marked by the exact amount of bloodshed. The rituals were not just an act of offering a life, but a precise measure of sacrifice, as if the flow of blood were a coin that paid the price for each advancement of the cult. The blood of the victims, when spilled on the altar, was to be collected and offered as a tribute to strengthen the bond with Belzura, a pact sealed for each life torn away. This sacrifice not only served to open the portal, but to feed the strength of the demon and give him power over the human world. The more I read, the more I understood the brutality of the acts the cult had carried out. Not only had the victims been killed, but each of the sacrifices had been part of a meticulous process. Blood was not only a tool of power, but a way to sustain the very life of the cult. With each death, the shadows grew denser, and the portal between the worlds narrowed, closer to the desired end. Anna realized that the victims had not been chosen at random. They all had something in common. It wasn't about social class or personal situation, but about a much more disturbing aspect. They were all related to an ancient ritual that allowed souls to be harvested. But there was something even darker that Anna discovered in the investigations. Blood was not only poured on the altar to feed the demon, but also to create a direct connection to his spirit. The ritual not only sought to free Belzura, but to merge with his essence, so that cult members could possess the bodies of the dead and act as the devil's intermediaries on earth. Each murder, each sacrifice, gave them power, an opportunity to be touched by Belzura himself. The cultists not only wanted to open a portal, but also to become the instruments of the demon, extending their will over the physical world. The horror of this revelation made Anna feel more desperate than ever. The cult had been practicing these rites for years, perfecting every detail to reach this final moment. But something more disturbing began to emerge in Anna's investigations. One of the victims, a young woman named Clara, had been linked in some way to Anna's past. Although the detective hadn't had direct contact with her in years, Clara had been friends with her long-missing brother. The coincidence was too great to ignore, and Anna began to think that there was something else behind her death. Not only had Clara been chosen by the cult, but her sacrifice could have been a crucial step toward the ultimate goal, the sacrifice of someone close to Anna. The presence of her brother, though distant, began to appear more and more in the detective's memories. The connection between Clara and her brother gave a disturbing twist to the case. Was there something the cult knew about her that it didn't yet understand? Had she been chosen for some reason beyond her ability to investigate the case? With each clue she discovered, the connection between her and the cult became more palpable. He knew that the sacrifices had a purpose, but now he understood that his own life was at stake. The cultists, it seems, not only wanted to invoke Belzura, but also desired her as an essential part of the final ritual. Anna decided that she should go to the deactivated church again, even though the danger was imminent. He needed to understand the rites, the sacrifices, and most of all, what was left to do to prevent the demon from crossing the portal. The detective had collected fragments of information that led her to understand that the final sacrifice was not only to take place at the altar, but in a specific place within the church, the basement, a space that until that moment had remained sealed. The basement was the heart of the church, the point where rituals reached their maximum power. If the cult wanted to complete Anna's sacrifice and open the portal definitively, it was there that the last act had to take place. When Anna arrived at the deactivated church, the atmosphere was even more oppressive than before. The building seemed to be breathing, as if it were alive, as if everything that had happened there was impregnated in its walls. The detective knew there wasn't much time left. The cultists, probably led by Harper, were already close to completing the ritual. As he went inside, he noticed that the lights flickered with a strange intensity. The church was bathed in shadows, and the candles that once lit up the room now seemed to burn with a reddish light, as if the fire itself were fueled by something evil. Anna couldn't help but think that the cult had gone too far. As he descended the stairs to the basement, the temperature dropped sharply. The air was stale, as if the atmosphere itself were being disturbed by a supernatural presence. Deep within the church, in a dark, narrow room, she saw the altar for which she had been intended. An altar, now covered with a thick layer of dried blood, was waiting to witness the final sacrifice. But what made his blood run cold the most was what he saw in the center of the altar, a hooded figure which was nothing more than the silhouette of a man, his eyes shining with a deep red glow. Victor Harper was there, leading the ceremony, ready to offer the ultimate sacrifice. The altar of blood, like a beating heart, was waiting to be sealed with Anna's life. She was the final piece. At that moment, he understood that there was no escape. However, something inside her awakened an unexpected strength. He wasn't going to let the cult get away with it. The only way to save the city, and herself, was to confront them directly. But as he went, he heard a whisper, a low, deep sound, coming from the darkness itself. The portal was almost open, and the demon could already sense its arrival in the human world. Chapter 5. Belzura's Return. The ground creaked beneath Anna's footsteps as she made her way toward the altar, each sound reverberating in her ears like an echo of the chaos to come. The place was imbued with a dense, heavy atmosphere, as if the church itself was anticipating the return of something that should not be there. The figure of Victor Harper was there, motionless, surrounded by shadows that seemed to devour the light. His face was hidden under the hood of his robe, but his eyes shone with a piercing red glow, as if they were two windows into an unfathomable abyss. Anna could sense the presence of Belzura, the evil entity Harper served, who slithered through the cracks of the portal, waiting for the exact moment to cross over into the physical world. "It's too late, Detective," Harper's voice echoed in the gloom, deep and deep, like the rumble of distant thunder. Anna couldn't help but shudder. He knew she was there. He knew she had come to stop what was already inevitable. The sacrifice is about to be completed. Belzura's will come true, and no matter what you do, you won't be able to stop it. Harper's words were so cold and desolate that Anna felt the weight of their meaning. The demon was close, too close. He knew that the portal was almost open, and the dark energy seeping through every crack in the church was just a reflection of what was about to happen. However, Anna did not stop. His mind, filled with horror and despair, clung to one last spark of hope. He knew he couldn't let the cult complete its purpose. If the demon crossed into the human world, all would be lost. Somehow, the final sacrifice had to be stopped. As she advanced towards the altar, the tension in the air increased, and the space around her became even more oppressive. Every step she took seemed to bring her closer to an unspeakable truth, an imminent destiny. In that instant, she realized something she had ignored until then. She herself was part of the sacrifice, a sacrifice that the cult had planned long before it began to investigate. The connection between Anna and Belzura was deeper than she had realized. As he made his way through the church, images of his lost brother began to flood his mind. It was as if her soul was being called, as if something beyond death was wishing to possess her. The cult had chosen her brother as the first link in the chain, but she was the last. The sacrifice of Clara, his brother's friend, had been only part of the preparation for the final sacrifice. Anna was the key to Belzura being able to manifest in the physical world. Without his blood, the portal could not be completed, and the demon could not walk on earth. "Your sacrifice will be your last," Harper whispered, slowly approaching Anna. "Your blood will seal the fate of all, and Belzura will rule this world as she did in ancient times." The cult leader held up a shiny object, a ritual knife, covered with the arcane inscriptions Anna had seen on the corpses. The blade glowed with a reddish glow, as if the victim's own blood were still soaked in it. Belzura's presence was imminent, and the energy emanating from the altar seemed to absorb all the light around him. The church, once so empty and desolate, now seemed alive with an evil presence. In the distance, Anna saw the altar covered in blood, a thick layer that almost looked like a black cloak. The ground was marked by circles and arcane symbols, and the candles, arranged in a ritual pattern, would burn until they consumed all the oxygen in the air. The portal was almost open, a vortex of darkness pulsing with an energy that overflowed time and space. Anna understood that the sacrifice would not only allow the cult to bring Belzura into the physical world, but would also seal her fate. The demon would take shape, but it would not be just any demon. It would be an ancient being, one that could possess and control anyone who was nearby. Anna's soul, like those of the previous victims, would become a passage, a bridge between two worlds. But at that moment, something strange happened. Harper's hooded figure, who had hitherto been firm and confident, hesitated. A tremor ran through his body, as if something was possessing him, as if Belzura was taking control of his will. Anna could see the panic in his eyes, a panic she couldn't hide. It was then that he understood what was happening. The cult had been playing with forces they could not control. Not only did Belzura wish to summon his presence, but he also wanted to take absolute control, even over those who had summoned him. The cult leader was nothing more than a puppet, and now the demon was beginning to break the ropes that held him bound. "What's going on?" murmured Harper, his voice already ripped with indescribable pain. "You can't stop him, Anna. It's too late." The words were choppy, as if Belzura's essence was crushing Harper's humanity, gripping him in a way that even he hadn't anticipated. The church began to tremble, and the symbols on the ground shone with blinding intensity. The portal began to overflow, spreading its shadows like tentacles that dragged reality into an unknown abyss. Anna, caught between despair and adrenaline, understood that she could not wait any longer. The sacrifice had already begun, and the demon was about to cross the threshold. He had to act. Somehow, he had to destroy the altar, interrupt the ritual, before the evil was completely unleashed. With a racing heart, Anna threw herself towards the altar. With unexpected force, he tore one of the ritual candles from the ground and smashed it into the symbols, hoping that the fire of the flame could extinguish the darkness that kept them alive. But the altar resisted, as if imbued with supernatural strength, and the vortex of shadows grew even larger, devouring everything in its path. In that instant, a heart-rending roar, a mixture of human and demonic screams, resounded through the walls of the church. Belzura was beginning to manifest itself, and the light from the portal illuminated the entire structure with blinding intensity. Anna felt her body being dragged away by the force of the abyss, but something inside her stood firm. He knew that even if the demon was nearby, he still had a chance. It was his last chance. Somehow, he had to end it all before the whole world was engulfed by darkness. Chapter 6. Anna's Connection. The roar of the portal seemed to fill every corner of the church, echoing through Anna's bones, as if the building itself was about to collapse under the weight of what was being unleashed. The darkness emanating from the vortex seemed to devour the light itself, transforming the church into a prison of shadows. The arcane symbols on the ground lit up with unnatural energy, as Victor Harper's figure twisted, as if his body was being torn apart by the forces he had attempted to unleash. The cult leader, now completely possessed by Belzura, fell to his knees, shouting unintelligible words. But most terrifying of all was the growing feeling that Anna was not only struggling to stop a sacrifice, but to avoid her own fate. A part of her, the one that had been trapped between her brother's memories and fear, felt a deep shudder. His connection to the cult, though still unclear, was beginning to become clearer. Clara, his brother's friend, her brother himself, whose disappearance had marked Anna's life, now seemed to be intertwined with all of this. His brother's sacrifice had not been an accident. He had been part of a much larger plan. She herself, now on the brink of the abyss, was not just a detective caught in a web of dark secrets, but a key piece in the very ritual that had led to so many deaths. The cult had been watching her long before she accepted this case. She recalled the moments of her childhood, when her brother mysteriously disappeared. The police were never able to find him, and the circumstances never made sense. However, there was always something strange about that disappearance, something that had left an indelible mark on his memory. Now I understood why. The cult, Belzura, had set its sights on her family long before she was involved in this investigation. Perhaps, somehow, she had been chosen from the beginning. Her brother, having been the first sacrifice, had served as an anchor for the cultists, while she herself, it seems, had been prepared as the final sacrifice. Harper's voice, completely distorted by possession, emerged from the abyss that had taken her body. Your brother was just the beginning, Anna. He opened the door, but you will be the one who seals it forever. The horror of the words pierced her like lightning. He was not only a victim, but a key that the cult needed to complete its ritual. The sacrifice of her brother, Clara, and the other victims had been only a prelude to something much greater. Anna was not only in danger, she was the last piece in this macabre puzzle. The blood that the cult had shed, the same blood that now covered the altar, was somehow connected to his own being. Her fate was sealed in the shadows surrounding the altar, and worst of all, Anna still didn't fully understand her connection to Belzura. The demon's presence was palpable, almost physical, as if it was surrounding his soul. Something inside her began to overflow, as if darkness itself was beginning to take shape within her. His will, at first strong and clear, began to waver, and a part of his mind struggled to remain conscious of his mission. Fear invaded her. What would happen if he couldn't resist the demon's call? What if Belzura, just as he had possessed Harper, could possess her as well? Hold on, a voice whispered in his mind, his brother's voice, a voice he had thought lost forever. Don't let them turn you into a tool. The darkness must never take over. It was strange, and she didn't know if it was a product of her crazed mind, or if somehow her brother, though dead, was still struggling to reach her from the other side. Anna gritted her teeth, knowing that the only way to avoid becoming part of the cult was to resist. He had to find a way to destroy the altar, to close it, even if he had to face his own fate and the darkest forces of the abyss. The altar stood like a monument to darkness, covered in blood and engraved with ancient symbols that shone with an almost blinding intensity. Every step towards him felt as if his soul was dragged into the darkness. Anna's internal struggle intensified, and pain and fear mingled in her chest. But the detective knew she couldn't give up. If he allowed himself to be consumed by fear, if he succumbed to despair, the portal would open completely. The city, the whole world, would fall into Belzura's hands. How could he face such an ancient and powerful demon? How could he close the portal when it seemed that everything was already lost? With superhuman effort, Anna took another step toward the altar, her mind clear as never before. He knew what he had to do. The cult had used blood to summon Belzura, but blood was also their greatest weakness. In ancient times, it was said that dark rituals could be stopped by those who understood their true purpose. Blood was the bond, but it could also be the tool to destroy it. With each sacrifice, the cult had been strengthening the portal, but it was also leaving a mark that could be erased. The altar was not invincible. If he could destroy the symbols around him, if he could break the connection between the blood and the demon, the portal would lose its strength. The moment of truth had arrived. Anna, with a quickness born of instinct, grabbed the ritual knife that lay on the altar, the same knife Harper had used to mark her victims. The blade flashed with an intense red light, and for an instant, it seemed that the knife itself was feeding off the energy emanating from the portal. Without thinking, Anna nailed it to the center of the altar, in the exact spot where the bloodlines crossed. A shudder ran through the place. The church trembled, and for a second, the darkness seemed to open up like a bottomless pit. The energy emanating from the portal began to dissipate, as if something was struggling to hold her back. Anna knew that what she had just done was just the beginning. There was no time to lose. The battle against Belzura was just beginning. Chapter 7. The Hidden Truth, the Knife. As it stabbed into the altar, emitted a strange sound, a dull cry that echoed through the walls of the church. Anna stepped back, covered in cold sweat, as she watched the altar begin to crumble. The church, which had been motionless for centuries, seemed to be alive, as if the walls were about to give way to the irrepressible force that was being released. The vortex that Belzura had opened began to twist and turn, like a wounded beast struggling to escape. The presence of darkness, which until then had been a constant shadow over her mind, intensified, crushing any glimmer of hope that still remained in Anna. Everything I had experienced up to that point, all the sacrifices and mysteries, was beginning to take on a new and terrifying meaning. In the midst of the chaos, a devastating revelation gripped his mind. The cultists, Belzura, everything that had transpired up to that point, had been part of a far more sinister plan. Anna had not only been an observer, but an indispensable piece in a game that was beyond her comprehension. As the darkness momentarily dissipated, the memories of her childhood, the conversation she had had with her brother, the details she had ignored, intertwined like a tapestry of horror. How could I not have seen him before? The cult had not chosen his brother at random. His disappearance had not been an accident. The hidden truth had been before her all along, and now, with the altar trembling in her presence, it was beginning to unveil itself. Anna remembered her mother's words, the warnings she had always considered baseless superstitions. He had said that his family was scarred, that evil had been chasing them for generations. He never believed it, but now, standing in the center of the church, with the doorway half open, he understood the gravity of those warnings. His mother knew the truth. She knew her family had a bond with Belzura, a bond that had been sealed long ago, long before Anna was born. It was as if his lineage was destined to be the key to opening and closing demonic portals. Her brother had been only the first to fall, but she somehow was the final key to sealing everyone's fate. The sound of Harper's footsteps, still echoing in the dark halls of the church, jolted her from her thoughts. Harper's figure, already completely possessed by Belzura, began to rise slowly, like a puppet whose strings were being pulled from the other side of the portal. The darkness that enveloped him made him seem more like a shadow than a person, his figure distorted by the power of the demon that now controlled him. Anna understood that the cult leader was nothing more than an instrument, a pawn in a war that transcended life and death. However, the real threat was not Harper, or even the cult. It was Belzura, a demon so ancient that its power was almost immeasurable. And now, the demon was taking shape in the physical world. "You are wrong, Anna," Harper said in a voice that no longer belonged to her, a raspy and booming voice, as if she came from a place beyond death. "The portal can no longer be closed. Nothing can stop Belzura anymore. You've played heroine, but you are just a puppet, just like everyone else." The cult leader stepped forward, his eyes shining with a reddish, malevolent glow. Belzura's anger emanated from her being, invading the air with a heaviness that made her breathe hard. Anna felt her strength falter, but in a last glimmer of lucidity she understood something else. The truth was that, like Harper, she was also a puppet, but she still had a chance to break the strings that bound her to the cult's fate. Through the chaos and shadows that surrounded her, Anna understood that the cult didn't just want to invoke Belzura. It was not simply a demon that had to be released. Belzura had a darker purpose. Summoning the demon would not only open the portal to another world, but would allow Belzura to take absolute control over humanity. The cult had been preparing the ground for an invasion that would not be limited to one place, but would affect the entire planet. Belzura not only wanted to dominate the earth, but he sought to destroy it, to corrupt it at its root. The deaths, the sacrifices, the rituals, all had only one purpose: to open a portal for the devil to bring eternal darkness with him. What Anna didn't know, however, was that the cult could no longer go backwards. They had played with forces beyond their control. The altar, the portal, the sacrifices, everything was at its climax, and Belzura's influence over them was beginning to break down. The demon, although powerful, was also being consumed by the energy it had unleashed. The balance between the two worlds was crumbling. Anna, without knowing it, had been the spark that had started this process. By stabbing the knife into the altar, he had caused a break in the ritual, a crack in the structure that held the portal open. While Harper and the rest of the cult attempted to summon the demon, Anna was, at that very moment, struggling to close the portal with the same power she had used to open it. But there was something else, something that Anna had to discover. In the depths of his being, in the center of his soul, something was beginning to awaken. The connection between her and Belzura was stronger than she thought. Her brother's memories, her mother's words, the darkness around her, all had a purpose. Anna was not only a victim of circumstance, but in some ways she was part of something much bigger, something that went beyond the mere will of the cultists. It was his blood that was connected to the devil, his lineage that had been chosen. But there was still hope. If he could find a way to release his will, to break that connection, he would still have a chance to close the portal. Anna looked at Harper, whose body was being devoured by Belzura's shadow, and felt a twinge of pity. He, like everyone else, had been deceived. He had been a puppet, just like her. And at that moment, the detective understood that her fight was not only against the cult or the devil, it was a fight for his own soul, to regain what the cult and Belzura had tried to steal from him from the beginning: his freedom. The portal began to close, slowly, but Belzura's shadow continued to grow. Time was running out. Anna had to act fast. However, before he could take another step, a heart-rending scream filled the church. It was not a human scream. It was Belzura's scream, a scream so terrible that it seemed to tear the very fabric of reality. Chapter 8. The chaos ceremony. Belzura's scream echoed throughout the church, a supernatural roar that reverberated through Anna's bones. It was as if the very space was disintegrating around him, as if reality itself was being torn apart by the claws of a primitive demon. The pressure in the air became unbearable. The darkness emanating from the portal turned into a thick, sticky substance that clung to the skin and made it difficult to breathe. Anna tried to focus her mind on the one task that still made sense, closing the portal. However, something had changed. The altar was no longer merely a ritual object, but a living, pulsating presence, and the force emanating from it made her feel as if her will was being torn from her body. Harper, possessed by Belzura, began to walk toward her in slow, heavy movements, his body twisted by possession. His face, a mask of horror, was still trying to speak, but the words coming out of his mouth were not his own. "I told you couldn't stop it, Anna. The door is already open, and you are part of it." The voice that came out of his throat was a distorted echo of his own being, resounding with the same force of the portal. Harper's figure rose, transforming into something more, something that was no longer human. Her skin peeled off in strips, and her form twisted in a grotesque dance that was more a caricature of the human than a recognizable figure. The ritual was progressing faster than Anna had anticipated. The detective tried to make her way down the aisle, but each step seemed to be a Herculean effort. The force emanating from the opening of the portal kept her anchored in place, as if darkness itself was trying to trap her soul. He looked up at the altar, which now seemed throbbing, covered in blood, as if it were the heart of the church itself. The symbols on the ground glowed with fierce intensity, and the energy emanating from them pushed her back, as if everything was conspiring against her. The only way to prevent the demon from taking control of the world was to destroy the altar and, with it, close the portal. But I had no idea how to do it. Each attempt to dismantle the altar only seemed to fuel the darkness more, making it stronger, more dangerous. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet shook violently. The walls of the church creaked, and the roof began to fall apart. The city was being dragged into chaos. The screams of the cultists still present in the corridors mixed with the echoes of the lost souls trying to escape from the portal. The sacrifices that the cult had made up to that point had created a link between the physical world and the demonic world, and now everything was falling apart. The summoning had worked, but at a terrifying cost. The portal, instead of bringing a controlled manifestation of Belzura, had opened a crack through which the demon began to leak its power. The city was being devoured by shadows, and Anna knew it. If she didn't close the portal soon, all would be lost. The blood on the altar began to move, as if it had a life of its own. Anna watched in horror as the blood rose into the air, forming spectral figures, shadows of the sacrificed victims. Each of those trapped souls, now free, roamed the church, eager to complete the ritual. Anna understood that not only did the altar have to be destroyed, but that the link between the sacrificed souls and the devil had to be broken. The connection was so deep that each death had served to feed Belzura, to give him enough power to invade the world. The souls of the sacrificed, now turned into shadows, rose from the ground, floating in the air, stripped of their humanity. Anna tried desperately to reach the altar, but a shadow stopped her. Harper, or what was left of him, stood in his way. His face was disfigured by possession, and his eyes, once full of life, were now two empty, hollow pits, reflecting only darkness. "You can't save them," he said, his voice booming like thunder. "Belzura is already inside you. We are all part of it now. The sacrifice has already been made. There is no escape." The strength of his words made Anna's heart pause for a second. Was it true? Was she really connected to the devil? The thought struck her with the force of lightning, and for a moment she thought she was going to give in. But then he remembered his brother. He remembered his promise. He would not give up. With a colossal effort, Anna raised her hand, and a flash of light emerged from her palm like a spark in the darkness. It was a last attempt to free her will from the darkness that surrounded her. The light, though small, seemed to defy Belzura's shadow. The shadows floating in the air began to recede, and the trapped souls vanished, as if the light was absorbing them. The fighting inside Anna was fierce, but her determination began to prevail. He would not give up. I would not let the demon take his soul, or anyone else's. "Get out!" shouted Anna, and the light expanded, forming a glowing sphere around her. The altar shook violently, as if the demon itself was struggling to maintain its control. The shadows twisted, trying to return to the altar, but Anna did not relent. He knew that the only way to destroy the portal was with everything he had. The light of his will collided with the darkness, and for a moment, it seemed that the entire church dissolved into a single point, a point of collision between the two worlds. A blinding flash illuminated the church, and the portal began to slowly close. But Anna knew she hadn't won yet. This was just the beginning. Suddenly, a piercing scream came from the depths of the altar. It was Belzura, a roar so intense that it made the church shake to its foundations. The shadow around him began to spread, as if trying to take physical form. The final battle was about to begin. Anna didn't have much time. If he failed to seal the portal, the demon could destroy everything he knew, and chaos would break out in the city, destroying everything in its path. The detective looked once more at the altar, now dark, throbbing, and knew that she had to face the truth. The final sacrifice was near. But this time, she would be the one to decide the fate of the world. Chapter 9. Belzura's Awakening. The altar began to twist, as if the structure itself were alive. The light Anna had created quickly dissipated, devoured by the shadow that now enveloped the church. Every corner of the room seemed to be swallowed up by darkness, and the air became thick, almost unbearable. Belzura's roar resounded with such force that the walls of the church creaked, and the foundation began to give way. Anna, struggling to stand, felt her body fade under the weight of the darkness. The shadows that had once been trapped souls were now tentacles, spreading across the floor, walls, and ceiling, seeking to devour her. The whole world seemed to be collapsing around him. Suddenly, a flash of light emerged from the crack in the altar. It wasn't Anna's light. It was a warm, red light, as if hell itself was seeping through the portal. Belzura was about to manifest in the physical world. The spectral figure of the demon began to form in the air, first distorting as a dark mist taking shape. Anna's eyes widened in terror when she first saw the silhouette of the being she had been trying to avoid all this time. A figure of colossal dimensions, a shadow with twisted horns and blood-red skin. Every part of his being exuded evil, as if his mere presence was capable of corrupting everything he touched. Belzura was not fully formed, but his power was such that it seemed to encompass the entire church. Every movement he made caused a jolt in reality itself, as if space and time were bending to his will. The creature's eyes shone with a hellish gleam, staring at Anna with an ancient, almost ancestral hatred. The demon recognized her immediately. She was not just another victim. Anna was the key. The blood of his bloodline, marked by generations, was the bond he needed to complete his manifestation in the mortal world. The cult had been only a means, but she was the end. And Belzura was going to claim it at last. The figure of Harper, who had been a mere pawn until now, dissolved into the shadows of the devil. Anna barely had time to process it before Belzura's presence became more concrete, like a palpable weight surrounding her. The temperature in the church dropped dramatically, and a biting cold began to creep into his bones. It was a cold that did not come from the air, but from the same emptiness that the devil brought with him. The shadows seemed to take on a life of their own, crawling toward Anna, as if the darkness was trying to claim her as well. In that instant, Anna understood the magnitude of what was happening. Not only was the portal opening a gap between the worlds, but Belzura was dragging everything she touched with her, disintegrating the reality she knew. With a guttural scream that reverberated throughout the church, Belzura began to fully materialize, his twisted body emerging from the crack, as if he were going through a tunnel of pure evil. The structure of the altar cracked even more, as if trying to resist his presence. Anna, caught up in her own despair, struggled to stand her ground. The weight of darkness was crushing her, but something inside her ignited. He knew that he still had a chance, that sacrifice could still be avoided if he found the right way to break the connection between his bloodline and the demon. His brother's life and the lives of all the innocents who had fallen into the hands of the cult depended on it. Suddenly, an impulse of energy ran through her body, like an electric flash that shook her. It wasn't the light she'd used before, but something even more primitive, something that had been dormant inside her for years. Anna knew that the key was in her own blood, in the ancestral connection that united her with Belzura. He could not fight the demon using force alone. I had to understand its origin, its bond. Then, without thinking about it any longer, he threw himself towards the altar. Each step seemed to weigh tons, and the shadows tried to envelop her, but her determination was stronger. The church trembled around him as the demon roared, unable to comprehend what was happening. When she reached the altar, Anna touched the stone surface that formed it. At that moment, a torrent of visions invaded her. The story of her lineage, her connection with Belzura, the sacrifices, everything was revealed before her. He knew that his ancestors had not only made a pact with the demon, but had been his guardians, charged with maintaining the balance between the worlds. She, as a direct descendant of that line, had the power to close it, but also to open it. The final sacrifice was not just an act of death, but an offering of the soul. The connection between her and Belzura was not a simple blood bond. It was an eternal covenant, a promise that could not be broken without consequences. However, Anna understood something crucial. She could use that connection to reverse the process, to seal the portal. Despite Belzura's power, she still had control over her destiny, over the fate of the world. The sacrifice didn't have to be his. In his mind, something clicked. The altar, the blood, the sacrifice. It was all part of a cycle that could be broken, a cycle that she could rewrite. She had to renounce her own bond with the devil, to get rid of the darkness that had marked her since birth. But at what cost? The internal struggle was fierce. The life of his brother, the lives of those sacrificed, his own life. Everything was intertwined at that moment. A last roar from Belzura shook the church, and Anna felt the darkness consume her completely. The demonic figure moved forward, approaching her with the intention of claiming her soul. Time had run out. Anna could not continue to fight alone. In an act of desperation, she stretched out her hands toward the altar, searching for the connection that would bind her to the demon. But instead of succumbing to the darkness, she felt something else flowing through her, a purifying energy that tore the bond apart. The church exploded in a blinding flash. Chapter 10. The Last Sacrifice. The blinding glow of the explosion reverberated through the church, filling the air with a shockwave so powerful that the walls collapsed and the ceiling disintegrated into dust. Anna fell to the ground, dazed, her eyes flickering at the intensity of the light. The purifying energy she had summoned within herself had done it all. The bond with Belzura had been torn apart, the ancestral connection broken, but at a price he still couldn't fully comprehend. The altar had stopped pulsating, the shadows that filled the church dissipated, and the demonic portal, which had been on the verge of opening completely, closed with a deep creak. However, the victory was not total. Something was still in the air, the echo of sacrifice, the feeling that all this was not over yet. Standing with difficulty, Anna looked around. The church, which had once been a gloomy and dark place, was now in ruins. The broken benches, the fallen columns, the rubble strewn on the ground. However, the most disturbing thing was the silence. A heavy, almost palpable silence that pressed against his chest and made it difficult for him to breathe. He had defeated Belzura, but something of his essence remained in that place. The feeling that not everything was completely resolved persisted. Anna knew that the ultimate sacrifice had not been just breaking the bond with the devil, but a much greater sacrifice. He sat on the ground, staring at the ruins, not knowing what to do next. Then, a low, strange sound began to rise from the bowels of the church. A whisper, as if the wind was speaking in an ancient language, rang in his ears. Anna got up quickly, her body still trembling from the exertion, and turned toward the altar. Something was moving there. The stone that had once been intact was now moving, its twisted forms beginning to rearrange itself, as if they had a life of their own. The crack he had closed seemed to open again, slowly, as if the church itself was trying to reopen the portal. But this time, something was different. Anna was not the same. I knew I couldn't allow the final sacrifice, the last of all, to be in vain. "No!" he shouted loudly, advancing towards the altar. The sense of terror grew within her as the altar began to take on a human form, molding itself into a figure slowly rising from the rubble. The church, which seemed to have been destroyed, was now being rebuilt, every stone moving, every crack closing, as if the essence of the devil had left a mark impossible to erase. Anna stepped back, feeling the anguish in her chest. It wasn't Belzura who emerged from the ruins, but it was a manifestation of his power, something that still kept him tied to the physical world, something else that had to be stopped. Around him, the air began to churn, and the shadows that had previously dissipated began to come to life again. They were no longer the lost souls of the sacrificed, but deformed creatures emerging from the void. The church had not only served as an altar, but as a point of contact between the two worlds. Although the portal had been closed, Belzura's residual power was still there, and now the consequences of his summoning were becoming apparent. The creatures began to surround her, their eyes shining with a dangerous intensity. Anna knew that this was not only the end of the ritual, but the beginning of a new battle. In his mind, Harper's voice rang out, "The sacrifice is already made." But Anna didn't give up. He had learned that the greatest sacrifice was not only of life, but of soul. The sacrifice was not of others, but of herself. It was his will, his inner strength that had to be sacrificed to destroy Belzura's last manifestation in this world. It didn't matter what she had to lose, or the shadows that tried to devour her. He couldn't let the devil win. The truth was that the final sacrifice had always been his. With one last effort, Anna raised her hands, feeling a new energy flow from within her, an energy different from the one she had summoned before. It was an inner light, an ancestral force that had been sealed into his lineage, the same one that had been used in his ancestors' rituals to keep Belzura at bay. This time it wasn't just a flash of light. It was a blast of pure energy, a power that could destroy everything that was left of the demon. The church began to tremble strongly, and the creatures stirred, recoiling before the power emanating from it. Anna did not hesitate. I knew what I had to do. The energy in his hands was concentrated in a glowing sphere that lit up the church with the intensity of 1,000 suns. With a cry that echoed through the ruins of the church, Anna threw the sphere toward the altar. The impact was immediate. The light exploded with such force that the creatures of darkness were instantly banished, disintegrating into dust. The church, which was once being rebuilt, has now begun to crumble again, but this time, for good. The altar was destroyed, and the shadows that had tried to envelop it vanished into thin air, as if they had never existed. But Anna knew she hadn't won. The sacrifice he had made had sealed the portal, banished the creatures, and eradicated Belzura's influence in this world. However, his soul had been marked forever. She had paid the price, not with her life, but with the darkest part of herself. As she fell to her knees, exhausted and filled with pain, the ruins of the church finally calmed down. The storm of darkness had passed, but the cost was higher than she had imagined. the sun began to peek timidly on the horizon, illuminating the ruins of the church. Anna, exhausted, stood there, watching the sunrise. He knew that somehow the battle wasn't over yet, but at least, for now, he had won. The last sacrifice had been made, and the devil, though not completely destroyed, would never again walk among mortals. Anna had stopped the end of the world, but at her own expense. The House of Shadows. Chapter 1. The Unexplained Disappearance. The sun was slowly fading over the horizon, dyeing Middleton's sky a deep orange. The quiet residential street, normally full of life and laughter, was plunged into an uncomfortable silence. The abandoned mansion at the end of the street, with its time-worn facade and broken windows, stood like a watchful shadow over the neighborhood. No one approached her. Its inhabitants had left it years ago, and the house had remained alone, like a relic of a forgotten time. No one remembered his story, but everyone felt a palpable presence, a latent evil lurking within its walls. No one suspected that this mansion would be the center of the growing series of disappearances that would mark the beginning of a nightmare for the entire neighborhood. The first case occurred on an afternoon like any other. Sarah, a young mother who lived a few houses away from the mansion, went for a walk around the neighborhood accompanied by her dog. The weather was cool, and the sun was beginning to go down, dyeing the streets a golden glow. It was a regular occurrence for her to take this walk at the end of each day. However, that afternoon, Sarah did not return. Hours passed, and her husband, worried, began to look for her in the neighborhood, asking the neighbors if anyone had seen her. Nobody knew anything. The dog appeared alone, trembling and without a leash, something that had never happened before. The husband's desperation grew when he discovered that Sarah's mobile phone was not in his house either. The police were alerted, but when they arrived, they found no clues or clear signs of what could have happened to him. When the disappearance was reported, neighbors began to murmur. Some said they heard strange noises coming from the mansion just before Sarah went for a walk. Others spoke of an inexplicable cold that was felt near the house, as if something invisible was lurking from within. The police at first ruled out the mansion as a possible cause, thinking that the young woman had simply been the victim of a kidnapping or an accident. But over time, theories about the strange noises and the unsettling atmosphere surrounding the house began to gain weight. Something didn't add up. Something dark seemed to have broken loose in Middleton. James Cole, a seasoned detective, was called in to investigate the case. Cole was a reserved man, with a deep gaze and a stern face, known for his ability to solve the most complex and mysterious cases. From the moment he arrived in the neighborhood, something in the air was strange to him. The nervously residents hardly dared to look him in the eye, and many of them whispered as he passed by. It was clear that there was a latent fear, something that could not be described in words. The mansion, which had once been just an old, dilapidated building, now seemed to have an energy of its own, as if watching with its broken and empty windows. The detective couldn't help but feel that the house was waiting, lurking, as if he knew it was being watched. During his early days on the case, James interviewed several witnesses. Most of them were older people who shared stories vaguely related to the mansion, but with a tone that betrayed their fear. Some claimed that the lights in the mansion turned on by themselves at night. Others mentioned shadows sliding through the windows, shadowy figures that could not be explained in any logical way. But the most disturbing were the words of one of the witnesses, an elderly man who lived near the house. "Something's alive in that house," he said, his voice trembling. "I don't know what it is, but I felt it. I've always felt like someone is watching me from there, as if they're waiting." Despite the resistance of the neighbors to talk about the mansion, James decided to investigate the place himself. One night, unannounced, he showed up at the house. The full moon illuminated the scene, casting long, distorted shadows over the abandoned garden. The mansion, in the gloom, seemed even more imposing and terrifying. The front door, half open, creaked as James pushed it cautiously open. The cold air that came out of the house enveloped him instantly, like an icy embrace. As he moved inland, the smell of dampness and decay mingled with something else, something indescribable, as if the house itself were sick, corrupted inside. Inside the mansion, the silence was absolute. James walked through the rooms, looking at the remains of what had once been furniture, the mold-covered walls and the broken windows letting in the night breeze. Everything seemed frozen in time, but something was wrong. The detective couldn't help but feel the sensation of being watched, an invisible presence that seemed to follow his every step. When he stopped in the main hall, a soft, almost imperceptible sound reached his ears, a whisper, as if someone were whispering his name from deep within the house. He turned quickly, but no one was there. Only the mansion, empty and eternal, watched him in silence. The detective felt a twinge of fear, something he didn't often experience. In his experience, he had always relied on logic, on physical clues, but something in the mansion overflowed all that. It was as if the house itself was connected to something beyond human comprehension, something that could not be explained by simple facts. As he walked down the hallway, he felt a chill run down his spine. Through the crack of a door, he saw a figure, a shadow moving at the edge of his vision, like a blurred reflection. As he turned towards her, the figure disappeared as quickly as it had appeared. James began to wonder if the mansion was the key to all the disappearances. The fact that Sarah had mentioned the strange noises coming from the house before her disappearance could not be a coincidence. Something was happening there, something ancient and evil, something I'd been waiting for years, maybe centuries. The mansion was not only a place of death and oblivion, it seemed to be the epicenter of a dark force that fed on lost souls. James knew he couldn't ignore the evidence, no matter how bizarre. The mansion had something to do with the disappearances, and he had to unravel its mystery before anyone else disappeared. The night wore on, and James, determined to find answers, walked down the last corridor left to explore. At the end of it, he saw an old door, made of solid wood, covered with dust and cobwebs. The door was locked, but something inside him prompted him to force it. As he did, an icy air seeped into the air, accompanied by a distant whisper that seemed to come from inside the room. Upon entering, he realized that he was not alone. A shadow slipped into the darkness. James gritted his teeth and moved forward cautiously, aware that what he was about to discover would change everything he thought he knew about the mansion, and perhaps about the neighborhood itself. Chapter 2. Shadows in the night hung over Middleton with a thick darkness, which seemed to engulf everything in its path. James Cole, after his disturbing discoveries in the mansion, could not shake the feeling of being watched. That feeling of discomfort accompanied him during the following days. The disappearances multiplied, and the city began to sink into an atmosphere of palpable tension. Residents, afraid to go out at night, began to talk more openly about the shadows they saw near the mansion. They were figures gliding through broken windows, specters that only showed themselves in the gloom. No one knew if they were simple illusions or something more sinister, but they all agreed on something. There was something or someone in that mansion that did not belong to the world of the living. James decided to speak to more witnesses. Some of them were old people, whose voices trembled at the mention of the mansion. One of them, a frail-looking old woman, told him that she had seen a tall figure wearing a black hat, wandering around the garden of the mansion during the nights. I've seen it several times, and always at the same time when the moon is full, the woman said, her eyes wide, as if she still feared the shadow was stalking her. I never got close. Something told me that if I did, I would never come back. The detective wrote down every word, feeling the neighbor's fear begin to creep into him as well. Something supernatural seemed to be happening, something that humans couldn't explain. The descriptions of the figures became increasingly bizarre. Some said that they were dark shadows that moved uncontrollably, as if sliding down walls without a purpose. while others claimed that the figures were completely human but vanished when they tried to approach them. A young neighbor told James that he had seen a figure in the garden of the mansion, but that it seemed to stare at him without moving. "I felt something looking at me from the inside," the young man explained, his voice breaking. "It was like he was inviting me to come closer. But I knew that if he did, something horrible would happen." The stories multiplied, but none of them offered a logical explanation. Despite the community's reluctance to talk about the mansion, James felt he had to see for himself what was happening during the night. One afternoon, he plucked up the courage and decided to spend the night near the mansion. He settled in a vehicle a few meters from the house, with his eyes wide open, observing the building. The darkness grew thicker as the hours passed. An absolute silence invaded the street, broken only by the rustling of tree branches swaying in the wind. As he looked up at the broken windows of the mansion, James began to notice something strange happening with the shadows cast by the moonlight. They were not normal shadows. They were moving in a way that didn't make sense, stretching, deforming, as if they were trying to escape their own shape. At first, he thought it was his imagination playing with him, but then he began to see what appeared to be human figures, or what had once been human, moving through the rooms of the mansion. The shadows slid back and forth, and at times they seemed to enlarge unnaturally. At one point, he saw one of them peel off the wall and slide toward the front door. James felt his heart beat faster. The feeling that something was watching him from inside the house was unmistakable. His instinct told him that he was not alone. Something or someone was stalking the mansion, waiting in the shadows. That night, the lights in the mansion flickered several times, even though the house was not connected to any electrical service. Each flash made the shadows intensify, almost as if the house responded to something that only the figures inside could see. James was drawn to an inexplicable impulse. He needed to get in. He needed to understand what was going on. Without thinking about it any longer, he got out of the vehicle and walked towards the entrance. The air was heavy, with a dense cold that made his skin crawl. Every step he took toward the mansion made him feel heavier, as if the place was slowly engulfing him. Shadows surrounded him, as if to guide him to what was inside. Upon entering the mansion, the atmosphere was even more oppressive. The shadows seemed to move with purpose, sliding down the walls as if alive, as if feeding on the darkness itself. James turned on his flashlight, but the light was shaking, unable to dispel the dense darkness. The house felt empty, but at the same time, as if something was waking up in its bowels. As he made his way down the hallway, the shadows followed him. They weren't just normal shadows. It was as if they could sense their presence. Every time James turned his head, he saw them closer, surrounding him, stalking. The feeling of being chased invaded him completely. Suddenly, a sound rumbled from the top floor, a noise that seemed to come from a room at the end of the mansion. Like a whisper blown by the wind, the sound grew in intensity, until it became a low, deep scream that made James's hair stand on end. The detective stopped short, his flashlight shaking in his hands. The scream came from the darkness itself, from somewhere he couldn't see, but felt close, too close. Something told him that he should go there, but his instinct begged him to turn around and run out of the mansion. However, curiosity kept him firm. The scream seemed to call him. Despite the growing terror, James advanced toward the room where the sound was coming from. Every step he took was harder, as if something invisible was trying to stop him. When he reached the door, he pushed it slowly. The room was empty, but the feeling that something had been there, that something had been waiting for him, was unmistakable. The shadows in the room seemed to move even more quickly, as if they were coming closer to envelop him. James didn't know if he should go on or off, but something was driving him to take a closer look. Then he saw it, a figure, just a blurred shadow peeking out of the corner of the room. His eyes, empty and dark, stared at him. A shudder ran through his entire body. The figure was watching him with an intensity that made him feel as if his whole being was absorbed by those dark eyes. At that moment, James understood something terrifying. The shadows were not only manifestations of fear, but of something much older, something that was trapped within the walls of the mansion and that he had now found. His heart was beating wildly. He knew he couldn't stay there long, but the shadows surrounded him, pushing him to face what was happening. Something wanted him to be part of her story, to become another soul trapped in darkness. Chapter 3. The Dark Past. The air in Middleton became heavier and heavier as the days passed. Residents, caught up in their own fear, began to stop leaving their homes at nightfall. The mansion, which was once just a rumor in conversations, had now become the center of all nightmares. The disappearances kept increasing, and James Cole, despite his strange experiences inside the house, couldn't shake the feeling that he was still missing important pieces to solve the mystery. He felt that the key to everything that was happening lay in the dark past of that mansion, in what had happened long before the arrival of the current residents. James decided that he should investigate more about the history of the mansion. He turned to the city's historical archives, where he discovered that the mansion had been built in the 19th century by a wealthy Middleton family. What seemed to be a normal residence by the standards of the time soon began to raise suspicions. The Whitmore family had been known for its secrecy and secret activities. Records indicated that the family patriarch, Henry Whitmore, had an obsession with the occult, the paranormal, and, according to some sources, practiced dark rituals in his own home. No one in the neighborhood really knew what was going on within the walls of the mansion, but soon disappearances began to become common, and rumors of human sacrifice began to spread. In 1883, Henry Whitmore disappeared from the mansion without a trace, as did his wife and children. The employees of the mansion were the first to disappear, followed by several curious neighbors who tried to investigate the matter. No one could confirm what really happened, but rumors indicated that Henry had been involved in black magic practices. He had been looking to summon something that didn't belong in this world. The few documents that survived the years revealed that Whitmore had made pacts with dark beings, attempting to open a portal between the world of the living and the dead. Some mentioned an ancient ritual book that Henry supposedly possessed, although no physical evidence of its existence was ever found. Despite the strange disappearances and rumors about the Whitmores, the mansion remained standing and was eventually purchased by a new family, but the Whitmores' story was never completely forgotten. The testimonies of those who lived near the mansion during that time spoke of strange noises coming from the house, of lights shining in the windows even when the mansion was empty. Neighbors claimed to have seen strange figures in the garden, shadows that could not be explained. All of this added up to a sense that something dark and sinister had been trapped in the mansion. However, the police never found enough evidence to investigate thoroughly. When James finished reviewing the files, he realized that the pattern of disappearances matched the same type of events that occurred in the Whitmores' time. It was not a simple coincidence. People disappeared near the mansion, just as the sun went down and the shadows lengthened. The atmosphere surrounding the place seemed to influence people, as if they were gradually absorbed by the shadows. And worst of all, it didn't matter how many people disappeared, the mansion was still standing, intact, as if nothing had changed. James felt like he was being swept up in a dark legacy that he couldn't fully comprehend. In his investigation, James also discovered something even more disturbing. Some of the bodies of the missing people were never found. Police had searched the surrounding area, and reports indicated that there were no signs of a struggle. People would just disappear, as if vanishing into thin air. There were no footprints, there were no traces. As the investigation progressed, James began to wonder if the people who were fading away weren't simply victims of a common killer. Something much darker was occurring, something that could not be explained by simple logic. Determined to delve deeper into the secrets of the mansion, James once again returned to the place, this time with a new perspective on what might be occurring. He knew he had to find some clue that would lead him to the truth. However, when he entered the house, the air seemed heavier than ever. Time inside the mansion seemed to slow down, as if the house itself was altering the perception of the outside world. He walked the halls with more determination than ever, knowing that in some forgotten corner of that dark house, there was something waiting to be discovered. He arrived in the old living room, where the Whitmore family was said to have used to receive their guests. The room was empty, but the traces of the past were still palpable. The wood on the floor creaked beneath his feet, and dust covered the broken furniture. However, as he ran his flashlight over one of the walls, he noticed something strange. A section of the wall appeared to have been recently altered. As he got closer, he saw that there was a slightly peeled panel. Without thinking, James pushed him to the side, revealing a small hidden room inside the mansion. A cold sweat ran down his spine, but his curiosity compelled him inside. Inside the room, he found something that took his breath away. An ancient altar covered in dust and cobwebs. Around the altar, there were strange symbols etched into the walls, symbols that James did not recognize, but which knew of the existence of dark rituals. On the altar rested an aged book, whose leather was decorated with symbols that seemed to be alive, as if they were moving. Opening it, James found pages full of rituals, written in a language he could barely understand, but clearly belonging to a tradition of black magic. Sacrifices, summonings to otherworldly entities, and descriptions of blood rituals seemed meant to open doors between the worlds of the living and the dead. The terror she felt intensified. The mansion wasn't just the scene of mysterious disappearances. It was a place where evil had been sown through generations. Henry Whitmore and his family had been the first to summon the shadows. But now, something even darker seemed to be taking shape. James understood that the disappearances were not only related to the spirits trapped in the house, but to the very rituals Whitmore had begun. The dead were not only seeking revenge, they were trying to fulfill a purpose, to complete a cycle that had never been closed. Worst of all, when researching the history of the mansion, James realized that he himself had been dragged to that same fate. The shadows had scarred him, and he could no longer escape. Chapter 4. Blood Rituals. The tension in the air became more and more unbearable. James felt that every second he spent in the mansion brought him closer to the abyss. The information he had discovered in the secret room tormented him. The altar, the ritual book, all indicated that the Whitmores had not only been practicing black magic, but had made human sacrifices to open a portal into the unknown. And now, decades later, the shadows that haunted the mansion were struggling to complete what their ancestors had started. James tried to rationalize what he had learned, but each thought brought him back to the same conclusion. The mansion was not just a place of disappearances, but a point of connection between two worlds, a portal that was about to open. He decided to return to the altar scene the next day, hoping to find something else that would help him understand how to stop what was happening. However, when he arrived, something seemed strange to him. The atmosphere of the mansion had changed. Shadows no longer slipped on walls in the same way as before. Now they seemed to move with a more violent, more desperate force. The air felt heavy, as if something was about to explode. Each step James took toward the altar brought him closer to the feeling that he was not only being watched, but that he was being pulled toward an inevitable destination. When he arrived at the altar, the first thing he noticed was that the book was no longer where he had left it. The aged leather of the tome, with the strange symbols that seemed to move under the light of the lantern, no longer rested on the altar stone. James frowned. I knew something wasn't right. There was something or someone in the mansion who had been manipulating the objects, moving them around as they pleased. He looked around, looking for some clues, but found only the same haunting shadows, slipping into the dark corners. Then, a cold, Bitter feeling came over him. He knew he wasn't alone. Suddenly, the walls of the mansion seemed to tremble, as if an earthquake was about to occur. The shadows lengthened and began to approach James, as if they were invisible tentacles surrounding him. The flashlight flickered and went out, plunging him into absolute darkness. His breathing quickened. Everything he had learned about the rituals and the dark past of the mansion seemed to come alive around him. The shadows were not just fragments of darkness. They were living entities, manifestations of the dead trapped in that place, looking for someone, something that would allow them to leave their prison. At that moment, he heard a low, almost inhuman laugh coming from deep within the mansion. James felt cold sweat run down his back. The laughter intensified, and then a whispering voice began to speak to him from the darkness. "You've gone too far, detective," said the voice, raspy as if made of echoes of other times. "Sacrifices cannot be stopped. The portal will open, and you will be part of it." The sense of terror paralyzed him, but James couldn't give up. He knew he had to fight. He had to find a way to break the cycle of horror before it was too late. In his desperation, he reminded himself that the key to it all lay in the rituals he had discovered in the book. He returned to the hidden room, looking for any clues that would tell him how to counter the dark power that hung over the mansion. Going through the pages of the book in more detail, he found a set of words written in an ancient language, which seemed to summon the dead and seal the portal between the worlds. However, there was also a section that spoke of a closing ritual, a final act that could break the connection, but at a high price. According to the text, in order to close the portal, a voluntary sacrifice, a pure soul, had to be offered to seal the chasm and prevent the shadows from escaping. James felt his blood run cold in his veins. What did this mean? Could it be that someone, even himself, had to pay the ultimate price to prevent shadows from being unleashed over the world? He knew that the disappearances that had occurred over the years were not simple tragedies, but a series of sacrifices necessary to maintain balance, a balance that was already on the verge of being broken. The dead who had been sacrificed in the past were not just victims. They were part of a mechanism to seal off what should never have been unleashed. The sacrifice of every soul, every life lost, had been one piece in a larger puzzle, and now that puzzle was about to be completed. Determined to stop what he had started, James went deeper into the mansion. As he advanced, the shadows increased in number, slithering across the ground and walls like invisible snakes. The cold was unbearable, and every step he took him farther from the exit. Yet something kept him going. The thought that if he didn't, shadows would be unleashed over the world, bringing with them the darkness of the dead and the terror of the unknown. I needed to find the altar again. I needed to perform the closing ritual before it was too late. Upon arriving at the place, he noticed that the shadows seemed to congregate around the altar, as if waiting for him to fulfill his destiny. The energy in the mansion was denser than ever. James looked around, looking for a way to protect himself. Suddenly, he remembered something from the book. To perform the closing ritual, he had to invoke the name of the dead who had been sacrificed in the past. It was a macabre act, but necessary to seal the portal. The names of the Whitmores, of the servants, of those who had disappeared, had to be invoked aloud to break the cycle. Reluctantly, he began to recite the names he found in the texts, each with more anguish in his voice, as shadows intensified around him. Shadows began to swirl around him, with more fury and despair. As James spoke the names, an indescribable pressure came over his chest. The darkness was alive, aware of its presence, struggling to prevent the ritual from being completed. Yet he persisted, repeating the names with renewed strength. The shadows began to slowly dissolve, but they didn't disappear completely. Something was still present, something that still needed to be stopped. James knew he couldn't give up. The portal was still open, and the only way to close it was with his own life. In a final act of desperation, James shouted the name of Henry Whitmore, the patriarch of the family, the source of evil. When he did, the shadows erupted into a heart-rending scream, as if all the evil contained in the mansion was being released. At that moment, everything went completely dark. Chapter 5. The Return of the Dead. The darkness was absolute, so dense that it seemed to swallow everything that existed in the mansion. James couldn't see anything, but he could feel the vibration in the air, a growing pressure that crushed him. The sound of the shadows fading into thin air still echoed in his mind, but it didn't disappear completely. Something was still there, something darker than the shadows themselves. As the echo of the last scream faded, a presence began to fill the mansion, something heavy, something breathing fury and pain. James dropped to his knees, exhausted, cold sweat covering his forehead. The portal was about to close, but not without consequences. Suddenly, the lights in the mansion flickered, and a chill ran through his body. The shadows seemed to take shape around them, more defined now, as if they were regrouping, forming human figures. James sat up slowly, his heart pounding. I knew I wasn't alone, but I also knew the real horror was yet to come. A low, incomprehensible murmur came out of nowhere, and the figures began to move, gliding silently across the ground. In that moment, James understood the magnitude of what he had unleashed. The dead, those who had been sacrificed and whose spirits remained trapped in the mansion, had not left. Now, more than ever, they were back, and their return brought no peace. In the absolute silence that invaded the mansion, the figures began to materialize more clearly. James could make out the outlines of faces, of bodies that seemed to be partially decomposed, as if time had left its mark irreversibly. They were the dead of the Whitmores, their servants, the ones who had disappeared for decades. The feeling of cold intensified even more. The eyes of the figures shone with an unearthly intensity, and their movements were fluid, as if they were not subject to the physical limitations of the living. It was as if everything that had died in that mansion was looking for something: revenge, freedom, or perhaps something darker still. James took a step back, but couldn't look away. The figures did not approach, but their presence was unbearable. I could hear their whispers as if they were trying to communicate with each other, and the air became thick with the unspoken words. At that moment, something itched his skin, a piercing sensation that ran through him from head to toe. The figures began to dissolve, but they didn't disappear. They just moved around the mansion, as if they were watching him from the shadows, waiting for him to make the mistake of approaching. James tried to move, but felt stuck to the ground. The air was so thick that it seemed impossible to breathe. Suddenly, a heart-rending scream broke the silence, a sound that echoed throughout the mansion, coming from the top floor. The scream was not human, not completely, but it did convey the suffering of a lost life, of a soul trapped between two worlds. Without thinking, James ran to the origin of the sound. He knew that something must be happening, something that could give the key to understanding what was happening. The shadows surrounded him, but they didn't dare attack him yet. They were waiting, watching. As he reached the top floor, James felt the atmosphere become heavier, almost unbreathable. The mansion seemed to have ceased to exist in time, as if suspended between the past and the present. The ground creaked beneath his feet, and the walls seemed to be about to give way. He advanced down the long corridor, looking for the source of the scream. When he reached the last room, the door was ajar. As he pushed it, a sense of dread came over him. The room was empty, but the shadows seemed to move in the air, flowing as if they had a life of their own. The cold in the air increased, and a sense of hopelessness enveloped him. Inside the room, in the center, was an antique mirror, covered in dust, but still with a perfectly reflective surface. James approached cautiously. In the reflection, he saw something that left him paralyzed. A figure with Henry Whitmore's face, but his face was deformed, corroded by time and suffering. The image of the man seemed to move, not as a normal reflection, but as if he were alive, trapped in the glass. James reached out to the mirror, and in that instant, the figure in the reflection smiled, a cold, macabre smile that made James's heart pause for a moment. Suddenly, the mirror began to vibrate, and an invisible force pushed James back, skidding on the ground. The shadows around him began to spin, forming a dark whirlwind that absorbed everything around them. I couldn't see. I couldn't breathe. He only felt his body fade away in a whirlwind of darkness and despair. Henry Whitmore's laughter, distorted and full of cruelty, filled the room as the shadows dragged him into the mirror. James tried to resist, but something inside him told him that he could no longer escape. The shadows surrounded him completely, and the last image he saw was that of Whitmore's empty eyes staring at him as if welcoming him to the other side. Opening his eyes, James realized that he was no longer in the mansion. The place was dark, an absolute void where time seemed not to exist. Everything around him was silent, but a sense of horror enveloped him. There was something in that space, something that did not belong to the world of the living. As he turned, he saw more figures around him, figures that had been human at one time, but were now shadows, specters trapped in limbo. They looked at him, their empty eyes reflecting the suffering of those who never found peace. "You've crossed over to the other side," a voice whispered behind him. James turned quickly, but saw no one. "You've released what was trapped, and now you are one of us," continued the voice, which seemed to come from everywhere at once. At that moment, James understood the truth. He hadn't just been investigating a cursed mansion. He had been playing with forces beyond his comprehension, forces that now claimed him as their own. Shadows surrounded him, and the last awareness he had before he was absorbed was that the mansion, the portal, the dead, everything had been an endless cycle, one that was now part of him. Chapter 6. The Killer's Connection. James woke up with a start, his skin covered in cold sweat, his breath ragged. However, when he opened his eyes, the mansion was no longer around him. Instead of the cracked walls and shadows that stalked him, he was in an empty white space, completely empty. His mind, still trapped between reality and the abyss, could not comprehend what was happening. All he felt was the echo of the last whisper in his head, a voice repeating over and over, "You can't escape." It was as if everything he had lived until that moment was just a bad dream. But the fear persisted, latent, squeezing his chest like an invisible yoke. The white world began to slowly crumble, revealing the mansion, but in a strange, distorted way. Shadows were still lurking, but now they didn't seem limited by the walls. They glided through the air like mist, almost liquid, forming indistinct figures that moved quickly, watching their every move. Space was compressed, and doors and windows seemed to shift with each blink. Something had happened, something that transformed the mansion into a completely different place, a space where logic no longer applied. James was trapped in a limbo between the worlds, where the distinction between the living and the dead was beginning to blur. Suddenly, a whisper roused him from his paralysis. "James, you don't know what you have unleashed." The voice was raspy, familiar, but at the same time distant. James turned quickly, looking for the source, but no one was there. His breathing quickened. The feeling of being watched intensified. The shadows seemed to get closer, as dense and heavy as ever before. They were crawling on the ground, and for a moment, James could see what appeared to be the outlines of human figures, but distorted, as if the people he knew had been swallowed by evil itself. In the background, in the shadows, appeared the silhouette of a man, his face covered by an aged mask. The figure advanced slowly, almost without making a sound. "Who are you?" asked James, his voice cracking with fear. The figure didn't respond immediately, but its presence was so imposing that James felt a knot in his stomach. The man, or the entity that he was, raised his hand and pointed to the ground in front of him. Then the shadows opened, revealing a macabre scene. On the ground, he could see the face of his own image, reflected in a layer of glass that he didn't understand how it had appeared. But the worst thing was the feeling that invaded his body, as if someone or something was watching his every thought, every one of his fears. "The truth you are looking for is closer than you think, James," the figure said, his voice now sounding closer, almost whispering in his ear. "You are not the first to get here, and you won't be the last." The man lifted the mask, and inside it, James's eyes met his, but they were not those of a human being. They were empty, dark eyes, like endless wells, staring at him. James tried to back up, but his legs were unresponsive. Terror took hold of him completely, and a sense of despair came over him. The connection was clear. The shadows, the sacrifices, everything connected to a larger purpose, something that had begun long before his arrival. Then, the man began to walk toward him, each step resonating with a deep echo. "You are part of the history of this mansion, James. Your steps were already written," he continued. The words swirled in James's head like a hurricane, but he could do nothing to stop them. "Everything you've done, everything you've discovered, has been part of the plan. The disappearances, the sacrifices, the shadows. They're just pieces of a much bigger game, and you, detective, were the last missing piece." The shadows began to take shape, as if responding to the man's words. Every figure, every trapped spirit, seemed to come alive, reaching out to James, surrounding him in a deadly embrace. The man dropped his mask to the floor, and in that instant, James saw a deep scar on his face, which started on his forehead and extended to his chin. The figure smiled, but it wasn't a human smile, but a grimace of pure evil, as if he was enjoying the suffering of others. "Do you understand it now? This is all a cycle, James. The cult, the sacrifices, the shadows. You've all been called here for the same reason, because what you have unearthed cannot be forgotten. And the only way to close the loop is for one of you to become what we're looking for." James tried to do something, anything, to stop the man, but something was holding him down. The shadows around him grew denser, and an icy cold washed over him. Suddenly, everything stopped. A sepulchral silence enveloped him, as if time had ceased to exist. The shadows were no longer moving, and the figure in front of him stopped walking. "But here is something you don't know yet," the voice continued, now completely distorted. "The murderer you are looking for, the one who has been behind the disappearances, it's not someone you can stop. He's part of this place, and he's been waiting for someone like you to come along. You have not discovered all that he has in common with the evil that dwells here." James tried to breathe, but his chest felt tight. What did he mean by that? Who was the killer really? The man seemed to read her thoughts. "Don't you see? The murderer, the cult, all this, it's in you, James. You are the connection." The revelation hit him like a fist. The shadows began to move again, but this time they didn't surround him in the same way. They seemed to be heading towards the figure, and then towards him, as if looking for something. James felt his body tense, and that's when he understood the truth. The killer wasn't someone outside the mansion, but he himself had been part of the horror from the beginning. Everything he had experienced, all the clues he had followed, were nothing more than a reflection of what had happened years before, when the Whitmores had begun their cult. The killer had been waiting for his arrival, because James, in some way, was part of the same legacy. The shadows surrounded him, getting closer and closer. There was no longer any way to escape. The cycle was complete, and he was no longer just a spectator. James was trapped in a much darker and scarier game, one in which his own life had become an essential piece. Chapter 7. The forgotten cult. James couldn't believe what he had just heard. The connection I'd been looking for all along. The killer, the disappearances, the cult. Everything seemed to converge in its own existence. The shadows still surrounded him, but now they seemed to have calmed down, as if waiting for his next move. The figure that had confronted him, that being whose presence seemed to overflow the mansion, was no longer in front of him. There remained only the echo of his words and the overwhelming weight of the truth that had hit him with such intensity. The thought that he himself was part of something so macabre took his breath away. Was it possible that everything he had experienced was a work of destiny, a fate from which he could not escape? Around him, the walls of the mansion seemed to tremble, as if the stones themselves were feeling the weight of the revelation. The darkness was not only the absence of light, but a palpable presence that consumed him, that slowly devoured him. The air became thick and heavy, as if each breath was more difficult than the last. The shadows around him seemed to take on a life of their own, sliding across the floor and climbing up the walls. James realized that he was not only fighting the spirits trapped in the mansion, but also something deeper, something that was deeply rooted in the very history of this place. With superhuman effort, James forced himself to walk. He couldn't stand there, waiting for the shadows to claim him. He needed answers, and there was only one place he could find them: the basement of the mansion. He knew that it had all begun there, with the first rituals the cult had performed, long before the mansion was filled with the whispers of evil. The screams of the missing still echoed in his mind, but something else had taken shape inside. He knew that his fate was already sealed, that he could not flee the darkness that had marked him, but he could still fight for the truth. The basement was a dark labyrinth, a place that had been sealed off for years. The stairs creaked beneath his feet as he descended, each step bringing him closer to the mansion's hidden history. As he went, the air grew colder, and the smell of dampness and decay invaded his nostrils. But the worst thing was the feeling that something was watching his every move, as if the basement itself was alive, waiting for it to approach its core. James advanced cautiously, guided only by a small flashlight in his hand, illuminating barely a meter in front of him. When he reached the bottom of the stairs, he found himself in front of a rusty iron door. The door seemed to have opened by itself, as if it were already waiting for her arrival. As he walked through it, James found himself in a circular room, with stone walls covered in strange, time-worn symbols. In the center, a black stone altar stood tall, covered in dust and traces of old blood. The air was permeated with an indescribable spiritual weight, a sense that evil had been summoned in this place for centuries. The shadows seemed to take on a sharper shape there, taking the form of figures that moved slowly around the altar. On the walls of the hall, the ancient inscriptions of the cult were read as warnings, but also as invocations. James walked up to the altar, feeling an inexplicable pull to the center of the room. As he got closer, his flashlight illuminated an old notebook whose yellowed pages were filled with handwritten notes. With trembling hands, James began to flip through the notebook, and what he found left him paralyzed. There were rituals, invocations, and details of sacrifices carried out by the Whitmores and their followers. But most terrifying was the repeated mention of a chosen one, a person who had to sacrifice himself so that the portal between the living and the dead would be sealed, so that the cycle would be completed. And that person, it was him. A cold sweat ran down James's back. How was it possible that his name was there, between those pages, as if it had been chosen long before his arrival at the mansion? Was this what the killer had been waiting for? A final sacrifice to complete the rite of worship? Suddenly, everything started to fall into place. The disappearances were not random. Each of them, each victim, had been part of a process that would culminate in their sacrifice. James wasn't just a detective looking for answers. He was a key player in a macabre game, a game that had begun centuries earlier and now claimed him. At that instant, the room seemed to vibrate with a dark energy. The shadows stirred, beginning to form more rapidly, as if responding to the reading of the notebook. The atmosphere became unbearable, as if the air had become denser, heavier. The whispers began again, but this time they were clearer, more urgent. James heard them around him, like voices from the dead, calling him by name. The feeling that he was not alone intensified, and an icy cold took over his body. In the distance, in one of the corners of the room, James saw a figure. She was tall, dressed in a black robe, and although her face was hidden by a hood, her eyes shone with an unearthly intensity. The figure slowly advanced towards him, and as he did so, the shadows moved away, as if opening a path for her. The air around him became even thicker, as if time itself had stopped. James tried to back up, but something was holding him still, as if an invisible force was holding him down. The figure approached, and a deep, guttural voice echoed through the room. "The cycle is complete, James. The ultimate sacrifice will be yours. Your arrival was inevitable, and now you will be part of what we have started. The portal will open, and with it, the dead will take control of this world." Shadows began to move around him, growing larger and denser as the figure moved forward. James tried to fight the paralysis that held him captive, but every effort seemed futile. Shadows surrounded him completely, and the figure raised his hands to the altar, where the ancient inscriptions began to glow with an ominous light. I knew I was close to the end, that I couldn't escape what was about to happen. Chapter 8. The Last Ritual. The air in the room became even thicker, as if the same time was being compressed. The shadows, now dense and slimy, seemed to move with a life of their own, sliding and crawling along the walls and floor, lurking like unseen presences. James tried to make a move, but his body felt as if it was bound by invisible threads. Each attempt to escape seemed to be more futile than the last. The hooded figure, who now stood in front of the altar, began to murmur in a strange language, one that echoed through the corners of the mansion with a deep, disturbing echo. The symbols on the walls began to glow, illuminating with a pale, lifeless light as shadows clustered around the altar. James didn't fully understand what was happening, but something inside him was telling him that he was at the center of something much bigger and darker than he had imagined. The Whitmore's cult was not just a group of fanatics, it was a force, a will that had transcended time and space, and now, with him as the final piece, the cycle was about to be completed. The connection he had felt in his last dreams, in his visions, now had a much deeper meaning. The hooded figure raised a hand towards him, pointing at his face, and immediately the shadows began to move towards James, covering him completely. Every part of his body seemed to be being absorbed by the darkness, as if the shadows wanted to swallow him whole, consume his very essence. The cold increased, and James felt his breathing become slower, heavier, as dark energy enveloped him. He could hear the whispers of the spirits trapped in the mansion, echoing in his head like a dirge, a macabre melody announcing his fate. "You are the chosen one, James." The figure's voice was clearly heard now, echoing in the room like thunder. "The ultimate sacrifice. You have been guided here, by us and by them. They were waiting for you." The figure raised its arms to the sky, and the shadows began to swirl, forming a whirlwind that rose toward the ceiling, as if a portal were opening into the air itself. This is the end of the cycle, the closing of the portal between the world of the living and the dead. The final sacrifice must occur to seal our dominion. James couldn't move, but his thoughts were clearer than ever. The truth, now more evident than ever, hit him hard. Everything I had done, everything I had researched, had been nothing more than a path to this moment. He wasn't just a researcher. He had been a pawn, a sacrificial piece in an ancient game that had lasted for centuries. And now, the cycle was about to be fulfilled. The disappearances, the shadows, the trapped spirits, everything was interconnected in a web woven with blood and sacrifices. The shadows in the hall intensified, taking on an even more definite shape, as if the very spirits that had been sacrificed for the cult were materializing before him. The faces of those who had disappeared were reflected in the shadows, their eyes empty and their mouths open in a mute scream, caught in an eternity of suffering. James could feel their pain. He could see how each of them was watching him in despair. It was as if the dead were condemning him to share his fate. And yet, there was something else in those empty eyes. Something that awakened a spark of resistance inside him. The hooded figure began to walk towards him, each step resounding like a funeral drum. "What you do not understand," he said in a deep voice, "is that your sacrifice will not only seal the portal, it will also give us power, the power we have sought for generations. The dead will take shape in the world of the living, and this place will be only the beginning." With those words, the shadows began to coalesce, surrounding the figure like a dark cloak, as the energy in the room intensified even more. The symbols on the walls began to glow with an ominous glow, and a low roar seemed to come from the very depths of the earth. James, his heart pounding furiously, felt a surge of despair. The mansion was no longer just a place. He was a conduit, a portal that linked worlds, and he had been called upon to play a key role in that connection. But there was something inside him, a spark of humanity, that hadn't yet been completely extinguished. Although his body was trapped, although darkness surrounded him completely, his mind was still active, looking for some way to escape, to stop the ritual before it was too late. "No," he shouted, breaking the silence with a force that even he did not expect. "I am not going to be a part of this. I will not be one more sacrifice." His voice echoed in the room, and for a moment, the shadows wavered. James felt a surge of energy run through his body. Although his body was still immobilized by the shadows, his mind was filled with images. He saw the lives of those trapped in the mansion, the victims of the cult, their screams of agony, and among them, he saw something else, a familiar figure, a shadow rising from the dead. He was himself, but different, distorted, a version of himself who seemed to be part of the evil that had surrounded him. With a titanic effort, James closed his eyes, trying to concentrate. He knew what he had to do, and though the darkness tried to drag him away, he could not give up. His will at last began to pierce the fog of terror, and with it, something strange happened. The stone altar, which had been shining with an ominous light, began to tremble. The shadows stirred violently, as if something was fighting against their control. The portal that had slowly begun to open began to close, as if James's will was blocking its formation. The ritual, seemingly unbreakable, was being altered by something coming from within him. The hooded figure, now clearly angry, raised his hands with a guttural scream. "You can't stop it. This is our destiny." But before he could continue, a blast of black energy surrounded James, pushing him backwards into the shadows that stalked him. The shadows twisted and faded, and the mansion began to shake strongly, as if everything was about to collapse. The altar shone one last time, and with a deafening roar, dark energy exploded into the air, shattering the walls of the basement. In a last-ditch effort, James felt as if the mansion itself was giving him strength. The cellar door thundered shut, and for a moment, everything was silent. The shadows disappeared, and the hooded figure vanished into thin air, as if it had never existed. The portal closed, and the world seemed to calm down, but James knew his battle wasn't over. He had won a victory, yes, but the cycle had not yet been completely closed. The echoes of evil continued to resonate in the mansion, and everyone's future remained uncertain. Chapter 9. The battle at the manor. James was standing, exhausted and his heart still pounding, but he knew that the end had not come. The air felt heavy, charged with a dark energy that still hung in the air. The mansion had not stopped shaking, and the walls echoed as if they were alive, pulsating with unearthly strength. Around him, the shadows seemed to try to take shape again, but something had changed. There was a new energy in the air, a mixture of despair and resistance. The battle he had just fought had marked a turning point, but the mansion had not yet been liberated. James looked around, looking for some way to escape this cursed place, but the exit was an illusion. The mansion seemed to be distorted, the endless corridors lengthening and twisting, as if the house itself was playing with him, trapping him in a labyrinth from which he could not escape. Shadows kept sliding down the walls, and in every corner he could feel a presence. Something was watching, waiting for the perfect moment to attack. James wasn't alone, though. A group of survivors who had managed to get to this point with him stood beside him, looking at him with a mixture of fear and hope. "What are we going to do now?" asked one of the women in the group, her voice trembling. "The shadows, the voices, everything is coming back to life." James looked at her, knowing that words of encouragement were no longer useful. It had reached a point where only action could make a difference. They couldn't stand there waiting for the mansion to swallow their souls once more. The only way to put an end to all that was to confront evil head-on, to destroy the origin of the cycle, the altar that still retained the power of the cult. They had to destroy it, no matter the cost. "We have to get to the altar," James said, his voice firm, though his body was still shaking from the effort. "It's the only place where we can break the cycle once and for all. If we don't, we will all be doomed." The survivors nodded in fear, but also with determination. They knew they didn't have much choice, and that death lurked in every corner of the mansion. Despite everything, human courage continued to shine in his eyes. The group advanced, slowly, with weapons in their hands, although they knew that those would not be enough to face what was in the mansion. The very air seemed filled with hostility, and shadows rose and slid through the corridors like snakes, waiting to catch them. James walked to the front, leading the group with his eyes fixed on the target, the altar. "I felt that every step I took was a step closer to death, but also a step closer to liberation. I had to win. Not only for himself, but for all the people who had been lost over the years in that place." As he made his way down the main hallway, a heart-rending scream echoed from deep within the mansion. James and the survivors stopped short, looking around, looking for the source of that dreadful sound. The walls began to shake, as if the mansion itself was alive, protesting against the intrusion. The air grew thicker, and shadows seemed to take shape, rising menacingly in front of them. At that moment, a figure appeared before them, a hooded specter slowly moving forward, emitting a low, guttural laugh. "Do you think you can stop him?" said the figure, his voice echoing with unearthly strength. "The final sacrifice cannot be avoided. This place has been doomed since its creation. You are all just pawns in a war you cannot win." The shadows around the figure began to move, forming an invisible wall that blocked the way to the altar. James knew there was no turning back. They had to fight, not only for their lives, but for the opportunity to destroy once and for all what had been sown in that cursed place. The first blow was struck by a man in the group, a survivor who, in desperation, raised a metal bar and threw himself at the figure. But before he could get there, a shadow surrounded him, stopping him in his tracks. The man screamed in terror, struggling to free himself, but to no avail. The shadows enveloped him, dragging him into the darkness, until his scream faded into thin air. Fear took over the group, but James, with adrenaline running through his veins, did not allow himself to falter. If it fell, everyone would fall. I couldn't lose. Not this time. "Form a line," James ordered, taking a torch he had found along the way. "Don't let them surround us." The survivors, though terrified, took their place beside him, armed with whatever they could find: sticks, metal bars, knives. The shadows continued to advance, but the group, now united, began to fight with unexpected strength. Every blow they struck didn't seem to be enough to stop the shadows, but they kept him at bay, forcing the darkness back step after step. However, the hooded figure was still standing, watching them with a cold, empty gaze, as if everything had already been decided. "This is useless," the figure said, raising his hand in the air. "The ritual has begun. They can't stop what's already in motion." With those words, the shadows increased in number, and an invisible force began to drag the survivors towards the altar. James fought the force that held him pinned, and watched as one by one the survivors fell, trapped by the shadows. Only he remained. But his determination did not waver. He had to get to the altar, and if it meant facing the hooded figure in mortal combat, then it would be so. With a roar of anger, James lunged at the hooded figure, dodging the shadows that were trying to capture him. He reached it, and with a furious blow, the torch crashed against the figure, who shouted in a voice that froze the blood. But, to his horror, the figure did not disappear. Instead, he began to transform, his clothes torn, and more shadows emerged from his body, enveloping James. The battle had only just begun, and the mansion was preparing for its last defense. Chapter 10. The closing of the portal. The mansion rumbled with a deafening rumble, as if the entire building was about to collapse on them. James struggled to stand, as shadows surrounded him, twisted and shape-shifting. The hooded figure that had previously stood motionless was now transformed into something completely different, his face distorted, taking the form of an eyeless beast with a mouth that seemed to want to devour everything in its path. The shadows, which slid down the walls, converged on a single point, the altar. And as the altar shone brighter, James knew the ritual was about to reach its culmination. The air in the room became thick, heavy, and James's every breath felt like a titanic effort. The shadows that had attacked him before seemed to be tied to the altar, as if they were extensions of a much greater force, something that no longer belonged to this world. The mansion, which had once been a place of living, now felt like a beating heart, pumping pure darkness. The walls shook, and the doors slammed shut, as if the house were sealing the living within its prison, a prison that could never be broken. James looked back, looking for the remaining survivors, but all he saw was the void. The shadows had swept them away. Only he remained in front of an altar illuminated by an unnatural light, the last obstacle between humanity and eternal damnation. He knew that his only option was to destroy that altar, but something inside him was telling him that the evil that ruled it had already taken root too deep in the mansion. Was it really possible to destroy something that had existed for centuries? "You have to do it," the voice echoed in his mind, and James spun quickly, finding the figure that had haunted him all along, the spirit of Sarah Whitmore, one of the cult's first victims. She materialized before him, her face distorted by eternal suffering, but in her eyes there was still a gleam of humanity. The altar must be destroyed. Only in this way will the dead find peace. Sarah's words shook him hard. He knew what he had to do, but there was still something that kept him grounded in reality. The mansion seemed to move, shifting in time and space, altering logic, distorting everything James knew. The shadows seemed to feed on his fear, on his doubt. With a titanic effort, he looked at the altar, and suddenly, the vision of the final sacrifice was revealed to him. The hooded figures, the cult that had started it all, the voices whispering words he didn't even understand. Everything pointed to that cursed altar. With a scream, James rushed down the aisle, determined to break the cycle. The shadows tried to catch him, enveloping him in a dark spiral, but he struggled with everything he had. It didn't matter what it took. He had to destroy that altar. His trembling hands took the torch he had dropped on the ground and lifted it toward the altar. At that instant, an icy energy enveloped him, and an explosion of light and darkness occurred. James felt time stand still, space bend around him, as if the universe itself was screaming in agony. The light of the torch illuminated the altar, and with a boom, a shockwave swept through the mansion. The shadows, which once seemed to have a life of their own, began to fade into thin air, as if they were smoke dissipating in an invisible wind. The altar emitted one last blinding glow, and an invisible force threw James against the wall, causing him to fall to the ground. The mansion trembled once again, but this time the sound was different. It wasn't the rumble of darkness, but the creaking of the structure breaking, tearing apart, as if the mansion itself was dying. In the distance, on the threshold of the altar, the hooded figures began to crumble, as if their power was disappearing. The shadows that had once surrounded them faded quickly, and the voices, those whispering voices that had haunted him for so long, ceased suddenly. The mansion, which had been a place of suffering and horror, was beginning to lose its shape. The walls disintegrated, the doors shattered, and the energy that kept them alive slowly faded. The spirits trapped in that place began to break free, fading like vapor into thin air. James, his body sore and covered in dirt and debris, struggled to get up. He looked around, and for the first time in a long time he could see more than just darkness. The remains of the altar fell to pieces, and the shadows no longer moved with a life of their own. Sarah Whitmore appeared once more, this time smiling, a peaceful expression on her face, as if she had finally found liberation. "Thank you," he said, his voice soft as the wind. "Thank you for freeing those of us who were trapped. The cycle is over." James, his heart still racing, felt a weight lift from his chest. He knew that the battle was over, but he also understood that the mansion wasn't just a building. It was a point of connection between two worlds, and it had been destroyed from the ground up. The darkness had been sealed, and the trapped spirits could finally find their rest. James took one last look at the mansion, now crumbling under the weight of history that had been released. It was all over. The door on the other side had closed. Standing, surrounded by ruins and silence, James felt a peace he had never experienced before. The mansion, the House of Shadows, was no more. The portal was closed forever,